good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Apologies for that little deafening sound there, but we are back with a bang. We're back with an earthquake, and there's been an earthquake on this stage at the Super Series over the course of last year, and you may be seeing that on other stages. We're going to talk about that in a moment, but we do have an absolutely superb lineup for you in the first week of 2024. Here's a little taster of what's to come.
It's double 18.
Going Sean the
Perfect nine dart, and he's been threatened all day.
It's the bullseye, doesn't he?
Going Sean the fourth leg. Roller Thornton.
We've got 164 checkouts on the ball.
Going Sean the second leg.
156 is very much in the grasp of Colin Osborne.
Going Sean the fifth
finish
leg.
that
Colin
is.
Osborne.
And that night I won the Premier League, when I look at that throw, it was a shower.
He's a two-times back-to-back World Master, a former Premier League champion. Let's welcome Glenn Durant!
Yeah, Glenn Durant is back here at the Super Series, but on the stage playing darts rather than doing what Matthew Edgar's doing right now. I'm sure you're looking forward to commentating on Glenn later in the week, but first I want to talk a little bit about a couple of players who've played on this Super Series stage before. Scott Williams and Luke Littler. Everyone watching this who enjoys darts will know they're in the World Championship semi-finals. We'll start with Scott Williams because he played a little bit on this stage, but more in the old setup in the Live League. What a story it is, and how much has the Super Series and the previous versions of it helped him get to where he is?
You've only got to ask Scott Williams and he will tell you exactly what that's been. He said in his interview after playing at Ali Pali that it gives you more darts, it gives you more opportunity, it gives you a crash course. If you think about when you start learning to drive, a lot of people have a lesson a week. Some people do them crash courses where they get all their lessons done in 1 week, then go sit the test. That's the Super Series, because you're learning very quickly on the job, in front of cameras. It's a very quick, fast course towards that mainstream media and mainstream darts.
Absolutely is. And speaking of mainstream media, I mentioned an earthquake is occurring in the world of darts in the form of a boy called Luke Littler, who did some incredible things on this very stage. We're seeing some of them now. And he's taken that to the Ali Pali stage, gone from playing in front of maybe 100 people on his Champions Week wins here to thousands of people at Ali Pali, and could be the world champion.
And millions across the world as well will be watching Luke Littler. He's captured the imagination of everybody. And if you cast your mind back just 1 year ago, he was 15 years old, he was in school. People knew of Luke Littler, but it was potential, it wasn't being sort of fulfilled. And we've seen him grow and blossom on this very stage before our eyes. And that's one of the things that the Super Series is so good at doing, allowing us to see that developing talent. And say a year's a long time in sport, and it makes it really exciting to look ahead to 2024 to see who's going to be the face of this year.
Absolutely. Well, we could be having this chat again tomorrow. They could both be in the final. I'm sure you'll talk about it more with Henry Deacon in commentary as well. But let's show you who's playing this week and what the betting looks like for week 7. And we spoke about Littler. Daryl Pilgrim was another player who really stood out on this stage in 2023. No surprise, he's a favourite. I suppose one that you might enjoy, Matt, is that Glenn Durant's a bit of an outsider.
I know Glenn won't enjoy that. Glenn watches things like the odds. He's very aware. He spends a lot of time on social media. He's a big fan of his social media. And Glenn is very aware that not too many years ago, he went to Lakeside as an even money favourite. When he sees that he's only got one player behind him and he's 28-1 outsider to win a week here at the Super Series, I think that's going to hurt Glenn a little bit. But we know one thing about Glenn, very dogged, very determined, and I think he's going to come here with some determination.
Yeah, some big names on that list as well. Steve Brown, Ron Muhlenkamp, Colin Osborne, Conan Whitehead, former champion here, of course, and Chris Landman, who reached the Lakeside final in December. We'll show you the betting for Group A, which is about to get underway. Pilgrim, the favourite from Landman, and Conan Whitehead in at 6-1. Robert Thornton, that must be the first time he's been 4th favourite to win a group at the Super Series. And Colin Osborne, who's also been to the very final on this stage, 12-1.
He's won weeks before Colin Osborne. 12-1 I find an incredible price, but it comes down here to the competition. I mean, this Group A is normally a 3-day event. It's only a 2-day event, which means there's going to be a little bit more jeopardy there's going to be a bit more urgency. You don't have a day to settle into it. You've got to hit the ground running. So we're going to get to see who's spent Christmas eating turkey and chocolate, and we're going to get to see who's been on that practice board. And I think this is where we're going to see some of the older heads prevail.
Yeah, I think we can see who's been eating turkey and chocolate over Christmas. So let's get into the nuts and bolts then of today with the bet builder here. For the first day, it is a 2-day Group A this week. Robert Thornton against Conan Whitehead, the first one. Over 2.5, 180s in that one. Osborne versus Thornton. Handicap Osborne minus 1.5 at 7-4. And then Landman, the favourite to beat Whitehead. It's a big price treble, 7.5 to 1 almost. Thoughts on that?
I'm never really a big fan on these match over 2.5 180s, just because you're relying on the game having plenty of legs. With the line that we've got here, someone could come up here, put a big performance in, win a game 4-0, 4-1, and it could be over quite quick. So I'm never really too keen on those over 2.5s. Our ADC qualifier this week, I think, could be someone to keep an eye on, certainly after we've seen him play a game here, because statistic-wise, is not up to par with the rest of the field, and there may be a little bit of value in there, but I would urge people just to watch him for a couple of games, because when players come onto this stage, quite often they come up here with adrenaline, they come up here with that perfect preparation that they don't get elsewhere, and they can sometimes play above their station. Remember Simon Adams just before Christmas getting through to the finals night as well. So I would say there's potentially value in there, but let it go a round or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is your little World Championship warm-up, but the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. We had 6 weeks before a 2-week break for Christmas, and we start week 7 in just a couple of minutes' time. But before we do, here's a reminder of all of the winners in Series 6 so far.
The finishing line.
And wonderful Willie wins it.
The MODUS Super Series, Series 6 Week 1 winner, Willie Borland.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first player through the Champions Week is Big Willie Borland.
On 888. He's going to leave it again. And it wins the week. It is another win for Scotland. Week 2 belongs to Andy Bolton.
Champion.
He may not have been the best player this week, average-wise, but I assure you, he's going to be ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, you win it for the week, the X Factor, Andy Bolton.
Darts were thrown in frustration. It's double 12 for Barstow.
Leonard Gates has deflated. It is the
MODUS
local
Super
boy.
Series, week 3.
Let you have your moment. He's waiting no time, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week is Chaz Barstow. He's a happy man. He's a happy man, and he's into Champions Week.
Owen Bates won here.
Has
joined
and
Owen
the Week
Bates
4 MODUS
as the winner
Super Series champion.
of the Super Series.
Cam Crabtree.
It is Shazam Cam Crabtree.
To get the job done. Inside. Gets the double 5.
And the MODUS Super
Steve
Series,
West
week
is
5 champion.
Week 5 Series 6 champion with an average of 99.63. 4 180s in that final.
It's Steve West who's your weekly winner.
Richie Howson's night once again. He's got to the final.
Game shot and the match. And the Week 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison.
And it's Andreas Harrison who takes the title, and it's a happy Harrison here at the MODUS Super Series.
I'll let you lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for Week 6, Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, Andreas Harrison, the last winner before Christmas, but now 2 old hands on that stage. Colin Osborne, who of course lost to Luke Littler in his second grand final win at the Super Series. He takes on the two-time World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton, a couple of the older stars of the sport trying to prove that they've still got it despite the teen sensation, writing the stories so far. Here, telling you the story today with Colin Osborne, the 7-time PDC event winner, taking on Robert Thornton, 56 years of age, looking for more senior success and his first Super Series success this week. It's over to Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. A very good morning and a very happy new year, everybody. And welcome to 2024 here at the MODUS Super Series. If 2023 dazzled, delighted and found a brand new superstar, well, 2024 has got some living up to. But we kick off with two of the sport's eldest statesmen in Robert Thornton and Colin Osborne. Jack Garwood is your referee for all of the day's action. And for those of you who've tuned in for the first time, maybe on the back of the World Championships, well, the format is fairly simple. Group A traditionally is a 3-day group. This week is a one-off. It's 2 days. And the top player will progress their way through to Saturday night's final. The players in second and third place, respectively, well, they'll drop into Group B. That's a group that takes place on Thursday night alongside 3 other players where the top 3 go through. Then the 4th, 5th, 6th place players in Group A will go through to Group C, which is a 6-player group joined by another 3 players. And the top 2 go through to Saturday night's final. From that point onwards, we'll have a one-night 6-player field. The winner will progress through to Champions Week in the middle of February, picking up £5,000 and the opportunity to pick up another 20. And I'm happy to say that alongside me here in the commentary box, and it's fair to say, it's been a while. I've not worked with you all year. Hello, Matthew Edgar.
Oh, the New Year jokes have started already, have they? That didn't take long. Opening line, well done. Brilliant.
95.
But yeah, if you are unfamiliar with the format, don't worry, we'll be talking you through it all the way. We'll let you know all the permutations, who needs to win what. But for now, this is our opening lap of fixtures, and we get to cast 76. Our eye over the 6 players that are going to be taking part in this Group A campaign. And I think we've got a cracking lineup this week.
Yeah, this is some way to kickstart the new year.
Colin, you require 125.
Osborne looking to kickstart the year for ton plus checkout. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to, with Thornton back on 216. That's a wild one. 95 left, chopper 19. What are we chasing now? He's got the luxury of time. Thornton's got off to a slow start in this one. But he's awoken now.
80. Colin, you require 76.
From being in the darkness, being ready to pounce. But Osborne will get first strike. It's a dart at tops. Unable to convert, and Thornton on the back of that 180 has earned this opportunity with 3 darts in hand and only needs the 1. A leg that felt like it was dominated by Colin Osborne is ended up having his throw broken.
Well, that is textbook definition when we say Robert Thornton's a player who is never out of a leg. He looked like he was well behind. Osborne had strains and sands of time, but Thornton then piles in a max. Double 18. First dart, and the first leg of the year 85. Is a break of throw in Thornton's favour.
Yeah, I've got to say that 180, the way it was so tightly packed, I'd say that's the best 180 we've seen all year.
123.
Was that the best leg we've seen all year?
You know where it's going. We'll stop it soon.
140.
And don't worry, the jokes won't be getting any better as the broadcast goes on. Certainly not with Henry here, anyway.
140.
Do you realise we're the best commentary pair we've had at the Super Series this year?
As I said. Lovely dart there for Thornton. Smack bang in the middle of the treble. Just the way he would like it, with that little bit of lift on the dart.
140.
Well, the bookies couldn't split these before the off. They were 5 to 6 the pair, but Thornton,
43.
Having hit
Robert,
that maximum, has really taken command of proceedings. Another one of them would have left himself double 8, and that would have been for a 12-dart leg. These tops after 12 to open up a 2-0 lead.
And
it's going to be under pressure. Tops of Thornton, the 2-0. And when he's at it,
Game shot on
There's
the
not
second
many
leg,
better
Robert
tops
Thornton.
hitters in the world of darts. Robert Thornton, 2-0 to the good. The break backed up with a hold. He's in good
Third
nick
leg,
here
it's Colin to
against
throw
Colin
first.
Osborne.
Game on.
Robert Thornton, a man you'll be very familiar with, the 56-year-old, a man who's won TV major
43.
titles. He's won the World Masters, won the UK Open.
60.
But this is a big but for Robert Thornton, despite the fact of his success as well in the seniors, where he's won back-to-back World Championships,
45.
the World Match Play, Pro Tours, yet to win on this stage. There's unfinished business here for Robert Thornton, despite
95.
the fact we could say he is the most experienced player in this field, the most appeared player.
Well, I had a chat with Robert this morning, and the first thing he said to me was, "Don't mention the final record." So what am I going to do? I'm going to mention the record. Right, 9 times Robert Thornton has been here. 9 times he's made the Saturday night final. Twice has he lost in a final. That the first one in week 11 of Series 1. That was to Peter Jakes, the Terrier from Yorkshire. And then in Series 3, week 6, he lost out in the final to somebody who had a very good 2023 on this particular stage in Matt Clark.
140.
So you're kind of saying
96.
Robert Thornton's always
Colin,
the
you require
bridesmaid, never the bride.
133.
I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is Colin Osborne's got 2 cracks at 133,
47.
but has not left it handy. He's left himself 86, but it could have been far more makeable than that.
97.
It may well only be a dart of the balls at
Colin,
the
you
end of this
require
combination.
86.
Going to get 2. Going to be at the double
Game
16,
shot on the
and he only
third
needs the
leg,
1.
Colin
Colin
Osborne.
Osborne gets his first mark on the board for 2024. I mean, Colin Osborne, it's got to be said, has
Fourth leg,
had
it's
such a
Robert to throw
fantastic
first.
turnaround in his career.
Game
He
on.
had the highs when he was up in the top 32 of the PDC and started to challenge for those big
98.
titles, but then completely crashed off. He completely lost his throw and lost his action. He's had to completely rebuild it. You'll see different darts now using a standard flight as well, where he used to
140.
use a pair. So a complete rebuild and reconstruction of the throw, I suppose, showing that you can get knocked down, but you can get back up again.
140.
Is it fair to say Colin Osborne's found his home in darts here at the Super Series? He played a lot of the ADC tour, that he's happy with where he's plying his trade.
180.
I'm going to say he's happy, but I'm also going to say... No, actually, I'm not going to say he's happy. I'm going to say he's content.
140.
Because Colin Osborne, we can see, is still playing events such as the PDC Challenge Tour. We know Q School's up on the horizon. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Colin Osborne's name on that Q School entry list. I think he's still got ambitions to be
85.
a
Robert, you require
PDC tour card holder
123.
once again.
18, and the bullseye for Robert Thornton. For the first
shot on
ton
the fourth
topper of
leg, Robert
2024, it was as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
What a way to open the year. 2 big names of
100.
the darting scene, battling it out at averages just shy of 100.
97, 27 and 97, 86,
100.
the averages in this opening match of the day. Very good standard. And the doubling as well has been quite delightful as well. Thornton 3 from
43.
5. Osborne taking one of only 2 opportunities he's had at a double so far in this game.
140.
Mentioned to Chris Murphy, we'll get to see who's used their Christmas wisely, who's used the extra time, the holiday period, to spend it on the practice
60.
board. If players have got ambitions of tour cards and grandeur at the start of the year, you've got to use that time, and you can't go off enjoying the festivities. Remember Phil
40.
Taylor talking about how he wouldn't even open the presents until he'd put a couple of hours of practice in on Christmas Day. Well, it looks like these two have laid off the turkey and chocolates and been getting the flights and stems.
Thornton potentially closing in. Needs a treble here.
60.
He's himself a finish, but the ball now very much back in the court of Colin Osborne, who was one of our pitted series in 2023. That was in Series 4 to some guy called Luke Littler. I don't know what ever happened to him.
Robert, you require 161.
This for the match. Treble 17 would have left the bullseye. Not going to go on this occasion. So Osborne, to keep himself alive,
requires 60.
Requires 60.
Well, in a game that's not had many misses on the outer ring, they could be at the worst possible time. Because Thornton is going to have a dart at tops on the match.
44. Colin, you require
See the
20.
frustration for Robert Thornton, missing his favourite double, missing an opportunity to get 2 points on the board at the earliest possibility.
And look out for the cry of, oh, Robert, when darts go a-begging as Osborne brings it back to 3-2. Although it wasn't the biggest disaster in the world for the form, because he has the darts here in leg 6 to complete the job.
Flag, it's Robert to throw first.
Mr. Dart at tops.
Game on.
For the match. But he's right back in amongst the trebles now.
99.
We talk about goals and ambitions for the year, and we've been talking about the World Championships at Alexandra Palace. Well, Robert Thornton's goal for 2024 is to be a 3-time world champion at the World Seniors. In the first 2 incarnations of the tournament, he is hoping to make it a perfect hat-trick of titles when that tournament goes to the Circus Tavern in the middle of next month.
97.
So much competition going to be there, rivaling Robert Thornton for that title. Colin Osborne,
125.
48 years old, is only now a couple of years away from potentially getting into the seniors himself. He might not thank me for pointing that fact out, though.
126.
Yeah, we've got to be careful when mentioning that, because we don't want to upset anybody.
177.
Perfect visit at the perfect time, and that may well just change the trajectory of this leg and match. Got a 2-dart combo to send us all the way, and then Osborne would have the darts in the decider.
78.
Going to be a dart at tops to send us all the way.
Game shot on the
We will go all the way.
Colin Osborne.
A 12-dart leg for Colin Osborne. That's back-to-back 12-darters in this particular match.
7th and final
Thornton
leg.
did
It's Colin
nothing
to throw
wrong
first.
in that situation. When
Game
you've got
on.
the throw and you're trying to serve it out for the match, you think 15 darts. 15 darts, a treble, a throw. He did exactly that. He left himself 82. He just didn't get the opportunity to come back for that extra visit. He forced
60.
Osborne to go out in 12, and he did.
$140.
But he's a wily old character, is Robert.
$70.
And it could just be small slips like that. That could be the big difference. Great recovery the last dart there.
Well, the last dart just gives him a little bit of hope and interest. But it also keeps the
140.
alertness of Robert Thornton there. Back-to-back 140s. It's all on Robert Thornton once again here. Osborne is relying on Thornton missing now rather than being able to be effective
134.
himself.
6 darts for Thornton from 2-2-1 to complete the match. And he is dipping his bread in the red bit again. That is a hat-trick of 140 to leave himself on 81 after 9. He is on for a potential 11-dart leg to complete the job. A 4-3 victory.
Well, after someone just hits you with a 12-darter to break your throw and have the advantage of throw.
140.
But he's right there
Robert, you
now,
require
Colin Osborne.
81.
Grandstand finish here to the opening game.
To dart at the ball.
56.
He hit it on the back of a 1-2-3
Colin, you
combination, but he
require
couldn't find it
97.
there. And so Osborne gets his match-winning opportunity. 97 is what he wants. And so Thornton's going to come back.
57.
And you
Robert,
could see
you require
Thornton watching. He was
25.
almost as if he was thinking to himself, here we go, I've seen this before.
Game
And he's
shot
hit this
and the
before
match.
many times.
Robert
A very
Thornton.
good way to kickstart Group A here in 2024. We kickstart with the back-to-back Seniors World Champion, Robert Thornton, picking up the points. A hard-battled 4-3 victory over Colin Osborne. Let's hope that is the tone of the day. Both players just shy of the 97 average. A real good way to kickstart the year. And I'm sure it's going to continue when we've got our next game of Daryl Pilgrim taking on the Lakeside runner-up, Chris Landman.
Well, what a start to this year's action here at the MODUS Super Series. And now, the player who produced the best performance of last year, Daryl Pilgrim, is back on the stage where he shattered records. He takes on Chris Landman, who had a good appearance here himself, some very good darts thrown from him. Went on, of course, to reach the final at the Lakeside World Championship in December. But he's the man with the highest average ever on that stage, Daryl Pilgrim, ready to get his campaign underway in Series 6. Up against the Dutchman Landman, and talking you through the action, it's back to Henry and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And since his last exploits, Chris Landman's turned that 2020 BDO quarter-final into a 2023 WDF final. And he is a man that has hit a few posts in 2023, but in good sways and good ways. He also made it through to the final of a Players' Championship event in the past 12 months. Lost
First
out
leg,
in the
it's
final of that
Daryl
one
to
to
throw
Krzysztof
first.
Ratajski. But if we're going to talk about 2023 at the Super Series, then we're going to be lavishing praise from the hilltops. Then we have to lavish it upon Daryl Pilgrim, who, despite the brilliance of Luke Littler, statistically speaking,
100.
had the highest average on the stage. Actually picked up the highest recorded average anywhere in the world of darts when he posted that 122 average back
60.
in August against Denny Older Coulter. He hit a 9-darter on the same day, and the week that he actually went on to win in Series 5, he had the highest average ever to win a week, 96 and change. If he plays
97.
like that, he's going to be very hard to beat.
If he plays like that, I don't think he gets beat.
60.
He is the favourite to win this group. He's the favourite to win the week, but my, has he got some competition to go through. I'm sure when he looked at this lineup, he probably had a big exhale of breath and thought, right, I'm going to have to go to work this week. This is going to be tough. And he does kick off against Chris Landman, a man who battled his way to that final as he entered Lakeside, the number 7 seed, beat Davy Kirkwan, Thomas Johans, took out the reigning champion Neil Duff, fellow countryman Jelle Klassen, before going out to a very inspired Andy Bartons in the final.
130. Daryl, you
Pilgrim
require
here leaving
150.
150 after 12. Landman threatening the break. And he's going to get the opportunity to break the throw of Mr. P in the first leg.
47. Chris, you require 71.
13's route. And leaves himself a dart at tops.
51.
Drags below. And sometimes you may
Daryl, you
see
require
that
103.
last dart in hand on tops, the way Chris Landman's darts go in the board. But Pilgrim, 103 to retain his throw.
55.
18 darts thrown for
Chris, you
Pilgrim, and he's
require
not yet
20.
on a double. That will get better as the day goes on, I can assure you
Shot
of
on the
that.
first leg,
But
Chris
this leg,
Landman.
it's not enough, and it's Chris Landman who gets the breaker throw. I do
Second
feel
leg,
when
it's Chris to throw
Daryl
first.
Pilgrim turns around and we get to see
Game
that
on.
Mr. P logo on the back, I'm almost expecting to see like a number. Looks like he went out this morning for a game of football and ended up playing
81.
darts.
I was going to say, if it was you and the P and a number, it'd be 45, wouldn't it?
99.
Interestingly, when you watch Daryl, then he's a big Crystal Palace fan, isn't he? His darts are set in a particular
91.
shape and rhythm. Now, watch the way he throws. He throws his darts in a rhythm in terms of the flight colour. He'll go red dart first, blue flight second, and then the red flight third.
58.
And he does this in the same rotation each and every single time he throws. Just something to look out for as the day moves along.
45.
Moving along to the 18s there of his last start of his last visit, it meant that a maximum could leave him on a finish at the next
100.
turn. He's well regarded as one of the best counters we have here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
It's the way to correct using the 19s as a cover shot with the 1 treble 20. Because you can also do it using the 17s rather than the 19 switch. So, and this is something we're going to see now a lot more often.
135.
Players starting to think
Chris,
about
you
the
require
finish within the
144.
first 6 darts.
The 144 isn't going to go for Landman, and so Pilgrim has the
58.
opportunity to break back.
Now you require 109.
109 is what he's looking at. We'll begin upstairs, and it's going to be 1 dart in hand, a double 16 to get the break back.
77.
And it just caresses the
Chris, you
wire, and so
require
Landman
86.
with 2-0 lead. Went ball for double 16 after the single 4 of the
46.
first dart, and so Pilgrim
Daryl, you require
3 in hand for the
32.
break at double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Pilgrim breaks back. Level game we have. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
You feel like this is going to be the type of game where if you don't mop up in 5 visits, then don't expect to win the leg.
81.
I think that's the vibe of this group, not this game. And the one thing we've got to remember,
43.
as we keep mentioning this morning, is this Group A is only 2 days rather than the traditional 3, which increases the jeopardy, which increases the sort of risk
54.
and reward, because instead of having 15 games, you've got 10, which means every win's getting you a lot closer, a lot quicker to that finishing line, but every defeat
40.
is going to put you further adrift. Remember, there's only one place in Saturday night available here in this Group A, and that goes to the winner of the group. So I think you're probably going to have to win about 8 out of your 10 matches, potentially
137
to be winning this group.
Now, Matthew Edgar mentioned their Saturday night's finals. That's actually available to an audience. If you scan that QR code, it sends you to a website called dartshop.tv. And once there, you can book tickets to pretty much every single Saturday night here at the Super Series. We are here for 50 weeks of the year. So, if you fancy a trip down, we're in Portsmouth on the south coast of England at the Modus Live Lounge. You do fancy a Saturday night's trip and entertainment. We've had the likes of Damon Hedder here in the last few weeks or so. Doesn't have to chase the ball, so treble 18 will be what he wants for double 8.
73.
The thing with Pilgrim at the moment, yes, he's missing a few shots, but he's missing them close. That'll be encouraging.
58. Darryl, you
won't
require
be
16.
concerned when you're missing, you're just putting them on the wire. You know any second now it's just going to go the opposite side of the wire and you're going to be back and in front for the first time.
14.
Does have time on his hands, but he's put himself up into the madhouse, and I can vouch for this, that no player really enjoys being in this position. And
140.
even as professional players or international
Darryl,
players,
you require 2.
you still always like that safety dart, the old one up, one in that you have down the dog and duck.
That 140 for Landman has piled the pressure on this double one. And Pilgrim, who was in cruise control of his leg, may see it evaporate before his eyes. Landman looking for top. So what would be a third successive break of throw to kickstart this match? Landman leads 2-1. A leg that he shouldn't have won has ended up in his leisure. And now has the opportunity on the throw to open up a 2-leg bruffer.
60.
One of the dangers you get, though, as well, with these early games is
108.
a little bit too much respect for the opponent, especially when it's this early fixture and not a traditional time of playing darts.
140.
10:07 here in the UK. Can just take a round or two just to get into stride.
136.
This Group A 2-day event. Don't have that luxury of time.
Who do you think the 2-day group is going to benefit the most, as opposed to the 3?
100.
Robert Thornton. Because we see Robert Thornton sort of tire as a longer campaign goes on. We see him get fatigued. We see him sort of
100.
start limping around and struggle physically, not just mentally draining. Go remember, he is 56 years old now as well, so quite a demanding
60.
campaign when he does a full week.
Now
So
we
I think the
require
2-dayer
85.
is certainly going to benefit the Thorn.
Well, this would be for a 4th consecutive break to kickstart this match. So all about the setup
45.
from here. Sets it up. The
Chris, you
tops
require
after 12.
141.
And this 141 has to go for Chris Landman. It's not going to go. And so Pilgrim sat on tops
85.
to level this match back up.
Darryl, you require 40.
He has had 9 darts at the double so far, converted 1. Make that 12 darts
Chris,
at the
you
double,
require
converted 1. A
56.
checkout percentage of just 8.33% is not going to get the job done against a man who should be brimming with confidence
16.
here in Chris Landman.
Darryl, you
Well, the
require
door was
10.
open for the Dutchman, but no quicker was it open, was it slammed back shut again. And
Getting shot
Pilgrim
on the
pins
full
the
flag,
double
Darryl
5 for a
Pilgrim.
4th consecutive break of throw. You can tell that he's absolutely living with the level of performance. He's telling us through the camera
5th flag,
he's living
it's
with the
Darryl to
level of
throw
performance.
first.
But level he
Game
is
on.
at 2-2. Landman had the opportunity to go 3-1 up. The opportunity has come and gone.
This is where you need to get out of your own
99.
head. What we've got here at the moment, we've got 2 players that are both up there looking very disconnected right now, looking disappointed.
108.
What you've got to do in that situation is remove yourself from your own emotion and try and feed off the negativity of your opponent.
98.
of visual reaction there from Darryl Pilgrim. Chris Landman would have been stood at the back of the stage watching all of that. You've got to be very careful
100.
with what you give away, because Landman could turn his negativity into positivity by seeing the negative side of Darryl Pilgrim. Won't like what he's seeing here, though, on the board. It's all
140.
positive, this leg from both. Good reaction.
It's almost like they're
83.
going with each other in the
Darryl, you
respect
require
of when
164.
one's flowing, the other one's going alongside. But when there's been a wibble and a wobble, the others tend to follow suit. Another one of them leaves the bullseye for Darryl Pilgrim for
Getting shot on the fifth
164
leg. Darryl
for a
Pilgrim.
12-dart leg, and for the first hold of throw of the match, which could well stem the tide in his direction.
Sixth leg. It's
3-2
Chris to throw
Pilgrim.
first.
And that happens so often.
Game on.
In that last leg, I called the fact that Darryl Pilgrim had hit one dart at a double with 12 attempts.
140.
And then he goes, takes out 164 on the ball, the smallest target on the board. But the rhythm, the pace, everything about this game seems to be so much more suitable now for both players.
57.
And it is so much easier. It sounds crazy, but it's easier to play someone that's playing well.
100.
You don't get drawn into the story of the match. You just accept the fact he's going to play well. Like a boxer getting into the ring, you expect to get punched in the face at some point.
60. 100.
Well, our opening game went all the way, went to a last leg shootout won by Robert Thornton. 4-3 victory for him against Colin Osborne. And the way this one is going, we might
58.
be going the distance
Chris, you
again.
require 161.
And it's got all the time in the world from 161 as well. Pilgrim's not really made any imprint in this leg on the back of the
45.
164 in the last. But Landman there has only left himself on 116. Not that it's going to matter. But he doesn't want to keep tiptoeing closer in case Pilgrim
34.
suddenly finds a
Chris, you
spurt,
require
but a spurt that
116.
doesn't look like it's going to elapse.
In the last leg, Darryl Pilgrim
60.
thrown 12 darts and won the leg, taking out 501 points. At the same point here, after 12 darts, he's not hit a treble and has left himself on 292. I mean, he's got a treble now, but I'm sure it's not going to be anything he's too happy
95.
with the treble
Chris,
5.
you require 56.
For this to take us all the way, Tots or Landman, 2 10s.
Game shot on the
Is
sixth
found,
leg.
and level
Chris
we are
Landman.
at 3 apiece. And for the second time in 2 matches, we go all the way to a sudden death leg.
7th and final leg. It's Darryl to throw first.
We're getting our money's
Game
worth
on.
on the first day of Super Series action in 2024.
108.
Found the radar again.
He approached the hockey there with a couple of ghost swings, which is normally a bit of a
91.
symbolisation of just feeling a little bit tight, doing the same procedure again here. Little ghost swing on the way to the hockey.
57.
That 57 visit has opened up the door for Landman if he can find a couple of trebles.
43.
But now it is full advantage to Mr. P to get the W.
Seeing this ghost swing quite a lot here from Pilgrim, a clear indication of feeling uncomfortable, feeling a bit tight.
60.
Trying to keep the arm straight. He's doing the job at the moment. The damage was done with the 180. At the moment, he's just serving that out.
100.
Landman not able to make enough inroads to cancel out the maximum yet from Darryl Pilgrim. 60 points ahead plus these.
98.
Needs to keep filling it up.
100.
Ton leads him on a finish,
Darryl,
but
you
it is
require
a huge
106.
advantage to Darryl Pilgrim. 106 for the match. Well, can Landman land
40.
a haymaker blow
Chris, you
and
require
send Pilgrim in a
167.
spin if he can nail this 167 for the match? It's not going to go, and so Pilgrim is back 66 points away from his first win of the year.
90. Darryl, you require 66.
It's his favourite double 18.
48.
But it goes inside.
Chris, you
And it
require
now gives Landman the
77.
opportunity to win the match.
An unexpected opportunity to win the match.
57.
He pulls the dart low on top.
Darryl, you require 18.
Pilgrim offer any more gifts. Christmas is over, Darryl.
Game shot, undermark.
It's a new year,
Darryl
but it is
Pilgrim.
victory once again for Darryl Pilgrim. He was made to work for it against Chris Landman. A 1-6-4, stemming the tide, changing the game. But it's Pilgrim who gets through in a last leg decide, and the mop for the brow kind of tells you about the relief that he'll be feeling. Both players averaging 83 in that one. 4 out of 16 on the doubles for Darryl Pilgrim. He missed swaves early on. For Landman, a lot of the misses were low on tops in the end. It's Pilgrim who runs out a 4-3 victor against Chris Landman. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Jeroen Karon in action against Karon and Whitehead, the former champion.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where on the stage right now is the first ever winner on the Live Lounge stage. Karon Whitehead looking to get his Series 6 campaign underway. Made it to Champions Week again, of course, in Series 5. He takes on a bit of an unknown quantity here, a Super Series debutant in the Belgian player Jeroen Karon. And guiding you through the action, it's Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. The first ever man to hoist the trophy aloft on that stage is in action. And he takes on a debutant, Jeroen Karon, who won through an ADC European qualifier back in October time. He beat Ricardo Ham in a qualification final to get to this particular point. Up against him, the man who lifted the trophy back in October last year, Karon Whitehead, the 37-year-old from Raynham in Kent. Big Welling United football fan is the Barbarian. And he comes back here with a point to prove. He qualified for Champions Week last time out and maybe feels like there's more to come in this particular competition. Q-School also on the horizon for Karon a man who narrowly missed out by the cruelest and smallest of margins to his PDC Tour card last time out.
Game on.
If you're not familiar with the Conan Whitehead story, let me remind you of what happened a year ago. Conan Whitehead missed out on his PDC Tour card on the final day. Had
60.
he not turned up that day and played the last day, he would have qualified for a tour card. He ended up losing on leg difference, and the leg difference that he
100.
lost by playing the last day, it's cruel and possibly a big flaw within the system.
Look visibly disappointed at the time that it happened, but the recovery in 2023 has been good. Qualified for another Champions Week. Plays some blockbuster darts, and he promised the last time he was here that he will be Conan 2-time champion. He never said when, but he said he would. And I'm just glad that I'm sat in the safe serenity of the commentary box over the course of this Group A, because the last time Conan Whitehead was here, well, he was hitting me with projectile missiles. He was throwing his flights up to me on the balcony. I suppose everybody's wanted to do that at some point.
$100.
Karon, someone we've seen playing on the Challenge Tour events. He played in the WDF World Cup.
96.
Took part in the European Tour Associate Qualifiers as well. So, been playing quite a bit over the last year or so. You tend to find when players come to the Super Series, they can
130.
find a little bit more than they do out on the various tours. And a lot of that comes down to the perfect preparation conditions we have here at the Super Series, but that's not going to make Conan Whitehead feel very good. Rejected dart, it was low. It wouldn't have given him the opportunity
74.
to have a poke at the bullseye.
Jeroen, you require 60.
Well, it's going to be 2 darts here, provided he stays straight with the first, which he hasn't. He's had to burn a dart. Gives himself 1 at the double, and that's all he needs, straight in the middle. And I can tell you now, as a player, you stand behind, you see them going that big one, and it was a big one. It was in the middle of the one, and you think, oh, here we go. He's going to pop this. And quite often they do. It's a sickener when you stood behind it.
45.
It's a sickener for Whitehead, but it is a settler for Karon. Just want to go through the action of Jeroen. We know
100.
what Conan's like. It's such a laissez-faire, relaxed action. A little bit of a 45-degree turn of the dart as he released it to the board. There's not much that could be
100.
too complicated about that. But what about that as Jeroen as we have a look at him for the first time?
He's quite a tall lad, which does change a couple of the key factors. See, he's got to sort of lean into the shot a little bit, just bring the elbow down
100.
and just cause that little bit of lift there around the shoulder. All in all, well balanced, good extension,
100.
very stable. Yeah, no real issues as such. And working quite well for him at the moment.
60.
You come on here and you have that adrenaline, don't you, coming into this opening fixture and into this opening game, and he's channeling it well.
He was an 11-4 outside of the Osborne Pilots before this game got underway.
60.
Probably on a basis of different merits and different factors. But he's come onto this stage, averaging just a shade under 90, 89.5
100.
in these early stages.
Jeroen, you require
And he's looking
107.
comfortable on that stage. And he's going to go back to tops, which he pins again. 2-0, Jeroen Karon leads. Twice he's had a dart at tops to win a leg. Twice he's pinned it first start in hand.
Third leg,
And
it's Jeroen
Conan
to throw
Whitehead,
first.
the former champion, is
Game
being
on.
posed some serious questions here by the Belgian qualifier. He really is settling into the groove now.
140.
And maybe the numbers that we were looking at in terms of his qualification figures, you mentioned it at the top of the show with Chris Murphy. That
100.
sometimes you use that as a guide, but maybe not the merits of how they do this week. Sometimes you can settle on that stage better. And Jeroen, at this early stage, looks like he could well be an example of that.
Well, you've got two things on your side and as an advantage
100.
here. Point one is adrenaline. He's going to be full of it right now. We've seen it before with Cam Crabtree when he came onto this stage, averaged 115 on debut.
78.
But also, those preparation conditions, I keep going on about it because it's so important. It is absolutely perfect here that only replicates events such as the World Championship in terms of the practice facilities.
140.
Self 1-2-1 after 9 on the back of a 15 data in the previous leg, and he's going to get 6 from here to open up a 3-0 lead. Doesn't have to chase and won't do that.
97.
And will set himself up for double 12 after 12. But the former champion has a reply. Just a tap on the shoulder to keep him honest.
24.
This is a 3-0. And for a dream start to life in the Super Series for Jeroen Karon, double 6.
Game shot
Well, he
on the
found his
third
first
leg,
2 doubles at the
Karon.
far north of the board, and now he searches south and has the same success. 3-0 to the good is the Belgian qualifier.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Well, I'm scrolling through the 2023 season of Jeroen here,
60.
and I can't find a single time he posted an average over 90. And he's turned up here, he's averaging in the mid-90s, he's 3-0 up against the Super Series champion, and this is just what we was talking about, where things can change very quickly in sport. We cast our mind back
95.
just a year, and Luke Littler weren't even eligible to play in things like a UK Open qualifier. Tonight he's taking part in the semi-finals of the World Championship.
100.
In case you don't know, he's 16. Not sure that's been mentioned enough, to be honest.
100.
Here comes the first question, though, for Karon. He's a leg away from winning the match. Finishing lines in sight. He will have time on his hands here.
100.
But this is the first real challenge, the first real test where we get to see. And he crossed that line. Something that last year
28.
he didn't do
Conan, you
more
require
often than the
146.
unfortunate Colin. 48% win rate last year. He lost 52% of his fixtures, but
60.
a lot of times that calendar just changing to a new year can often change the psychology of a player or a person in general.
New year, new me and all that rubbish.
125.
He hasn't been beat yet this year, has
Conan,
he?
you require 86.
Conan Whitehead has won a leg this year. Maybe he'll do it now on the ball.
61.
And we know it's his favourite double on the board.
Jeroen, you
but
require
can Jeroen
147.
Karon finish off with a 147 and frame to win the game? This would be some way to mark his Super Series debut, but he isn't going to find a big ton topper to finish off.
111.
He's left himself on double
Conan, you
18.
require 25.
Whitehead back for 25. Double 8. Get himself on the board.
21.
And that would have asked a couple of questions,
Jeroen, you
but
require
Jeroen Karon,
36.
double 18 to depose of the former champion 4-0 in his debut game here of the Super Series.
Game shot.
And that is a statement victory for Jeroen Karon in his first game of the MODUS Super Series. The Belgian qualifier has beaten the former champion, Conan Whitehead, by 4-0, doing so with an average of 88.5. 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing, including a 107 out. Conan Whitehead, 86 and change. He missed all 3 darts he had at a double. Work for the former champ to do. So, round 2 kicks off after the break, and what a game this could be in prospect, as we see the 2-time World Seniors champion Robert Thornton up against the Challenge Tour winner from last year, Daryl Pilgrim.
So 3 games into the new year at the MODUS Super Series, but familiar faces winning them, including the 2 on the stage right now, Robert Thornton and Daryl Pilgrim, both coming through exciting opening encounters. Thornton, in particular, was impressive, an average of more than 96 in his 4-3 win against Colin Osborne, while Pilgrim got the better of Chris Landman, the Lakeside finalist, in a last leg decider. Now the pair go head-to-head for the first time in this 2-day Group A, and guiding you through every dart are Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And these 2 came through tight encounters in the opening round. And Robert Thornton in particular was in very good nick, wasn't he, against Colin Osborne. It was a slow start for the Thorn in the opening leg, but then gathered pace, averaged 96, 96, 85 in the end, 50% on the doubles, including that 1-2-3 checkout. Daryl Pilgrim, would it be fair to say that he had moments of brilliance, but there may be some ordinary stuff thrown in the middle of that?
100.
2 players that won the games, 2 players that won the games by the same scoreline, but in different fields. And the guy in the opening game that won it a lot more convincingly is not the favourite in this one, despite the fact he's thrown first in the match, that being Robert Thornton.
180.
Pilgrim didn't seem to settle fully in that opening game, looked tight, and
96.
Seems to be continuing to be the body language at the moment of Darrell Pilgrim in this very early exchange of this game.
140.
His two treble hitting today, Robert Thornton, already at this early stage, been exemplary. Once again, he leads himself on 81 after 9. Effectively, Pilgrim had to be perfect in this first leg.
Robert, you require
He's left himself
81.
on 132, but he may not get a sniff because Thornton wants double 13. He moves
68.
inside, and so it
Karon, you
presents
require 132.
Pilgrim with a potential opening. Oh, another one of them. And that was perfectly sat as well.
92. Robert, you require 13.
He loves double 4. But now double 2 is the target.
No
and that's
score.
wide. That's flew.
Karon, you require
And Pilgrim
40.
comes back for tops. Can the Eagle swoop? But this was his Achilles heel against Chris Landman. He was 4 from 16 on the outer ring. And he has
30.
missed 3 darts at double to
Robert,
pinch
you
the
require
opening leg.
13.
Another sign of tension there from Darrell Pilgrim. It's when you're moving around the board that you tend to have those problems. Thornton didn't like the fact he's got to come back down here again. He missed it by a long
Shot
way
on the
last
first
time.
leg, Robert Thornton.
But that was last time. This time, conversion there, Robert Thornton holds his throw.
Second leg, it's Darrell to throw first.
But when you're
Game
feeling
on.
a bit tight, it's okay when you're just throwing in the same area and the treble 20 and the treble 19s. It comes when you start
58.
moving around the board. This is the sort of vibe you get on a player where you think, you're going to miss a big number somewhere.
121.
And look, because it's a 2-day Group A, look, we're effectively playing the same rules as Group C, but on acid. On steroids, because...
140.
You know, you talk about the rule of 3 in terms of a Group C, because it's 2 players that come through a 10-game group.
121.
What's the parameters? Is it just you can't maybe only afford to lose a couple of matches to go through?
I think to feel like it's in your own hands, 2. 2 would be your way.
133.
I have played in a 2-day Group A before. And
133.
you lose one of
Darrell,
those
you
early
require
games, you almost feel like you're out of it
170.
already. Completely changes the thought patterns.
Them the days back in
96.
Southampton.
Robert, you require 126.
Both players had success in the past. Thornton has had
98.
success in getting through to
Darrell, you
Saturday
require
night, but then from there,
74.
Portsmouth has not been a happy hunting ground for him. Pilgrim 74 to level up. And tops is what he wants. He shuffles across to his left,
54.
but he pretty much
Robert,
finds
you
the final
require
dart in the same
28.
direction as the second. So double 14 for Thornton for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes.
second leg.
Double
Robert
14
Thornton.
with dart 14, and Thornton leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I think if you offered Darrell Pilgrim the chance to have a little practice board at the site, I think he'd throw 3 darts in between throwing 3 darts.
60.
I mean, there's 4 boards down there if he fancies a little bit of a chuck between throws.
$59.
We could open up that idea, I suppose, if there's a slightly more pedestrian player in a group.
60.
I've played some players in the past where I'd love to have had one of those boards just to have 6 or 9 darts in between throws. I shall mention no names.
60.
Unless I'm asked, of course.
Go on, give me some names.
Well, I think we know one of them, and there's someone that tunes into this show quite often, someone that sits in this very
125.
chair.
Well, go on, spill the beans.
Well, actually, there's 2 that sit in this chair, isn't there? We've got Durrant and Mitchell, both very
100.
pedestrian paced. That's where Duzza got the nickname Boring Duzza from, wasn't it? Who we'll see a bit later on this week in Group B.
Yep, get your cup of Horlicks ready.
58.
I hope you're on your best behaviour when you commentate on Glenn.
Of course.
What you can't see sat next to me is the
134.
smiling grin on the face of Matthew Edgar.
I've got all my jokes lined up. They're all written, ready to go.
81. Darryl, you require
Commentators with
148.
pre-prepared lines. 148 for Pilgrim to pull it back to 2-1. This would be for the break back and to return the game to throw. Double 14.
134.
Would have been for a second on top of the day.
Robert, you require 117.
Old Faithful.
77.
And he's on song.
Darryl, you require 14.
You know that tops is going to go.
Double 7 for Pilgrim, and that is a horrible dart. It is sat up to attention at the bottom of the bed, and he has got hardly anything to aim for. He may have to go high. That's even worse. And he's got to move all the way across. What can he see of that?
7.
Well, it was a good dart just to get it there.
Robert, you require 40.
Sometimes when you can't see it, you just throw at the flight.
Game shot on the third leg, Robert Thornton.
I like a little pause there for Robert Thornton, just before he threw that double 10. Didn't let his emotions get the better of him. We do see
Fourth
Robert
leg,
Thornton
it's
at
Darryl to
times
throw first.
give himself an almighty
Game on.
beating up on that stage. But the problem is, when you're beating yourself up, even though you're winning the fight, you're ultimately losing it at the same time.
125.
Of course, World Championship season. 15 players that played at the MODUS Super Series in 2023 ended up playing at Ali Pali. Still got one in the semi-finals in Luke Littler. Scott Williams was actually the third ever player to win a week in this format in Portsmouth back in September 2022. Also got our friends
81.
and colleagues, of course, working for respective broadcasters. Laura Turner, Glenn Durant making his World Championship commentary debut. Paul Nicholson, Chris Mason there.
100.
One of our referees, Charlie Corsafine's been working in the background as well.
80. $97.
There's been a little bit of an off leg this from Thornton, and Pilgrim has got to try and pick the pieces up.
95. Darryl, you require 119.
A finish I can guarantee you no player likes. Even if you're successful with dart 1, it might only be a dart at the ball.
99. Robert, you require 105.
To win the game, the ton topper. Thornton wants tops.
85.
And dragged just below.
Darryl, you require 20.
Pilgrim yet to register a leg in this match, but he's had 8 opportunities so far.
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Ninth
Darryl
time
Pilgrim.
lucky for Darryl Pilgrim. But I'm not sure he looks too happy about it there. He's walking
Fifth
around like
leg, it's
Mr.
Robert
Soft.
to throw first. Game on.
You're probably too young for that advert, actually, aren't you, Mr. Soft?
I've got no idea what you're on about.
121.
Care to indulge?
It was an old TV advert, Mr. Soft. It was a Mint advert, I believe.
60.
I thought it was quite fitting with him being Mr. P, but yeah. Straight over the head, tumbleweed moment.
135.
Somebody who's watching will understand that reference, I'm sure.
And if you do, why don't you tweet us at MSS Darts on our social media feed? You can send questions directly through to the commentary box to both myself and Matt as we see Robert Thornton here, throwing for the match and very much in command of this fifth leg to be for 2 consecutive victories to
97.
kickstart his group campaign. averaging 91.05 on the back of a 96 average in the first game. He is
58.
finding some good
Robert, you
gears
require
early on in this group
148.
and could round it off with a ton topper, but the 148 isn't going to go, although he does have a couple of visits now
100.
to square this match off, and dare I say 8 for tops upon his return.
Well, it's going to be 8 and tops upon his
140.
return with a little bit more
Robert, you
urgency
require
now applied by
48.
Darryl Pilgrim. Oh, my.
Only going to be one dart,
28.
and it's one dart dragged low.
Darryl, you require 108.
Well, this would be punishment here for Pilgrim. It looked like we was about to watch the end of the game. It might be about to be game on.
76. Robert, you
Really
require
took
20.
advantage of that small mercy, but Thornton is back for double 10. And this time he makes no mistake. And Robert Thornton steals a 4-1 victory against Darryl Pilgrim. The Fawn goes 2 from 2 at the beginning of Group A. Pilgrim, who got the better of Landman in his first one, has been succumbed by the Scot in the second. That's the tail of the tape. Pilgrim the superior average, but 9 missed darts at a double for him in that one. As for Thornton, 87 average, 4 from 15 when it came to the finishing. And coming up after this short break, 2 players who have been to the jackpot match here at the Super Series. Karon Whitehead won his in Series 1. Colin Osborne lost his in Series 4. They go toe-to-toe after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 2 of the players who've played in the biggest match of this tournament are on the stage right now. Karon Whitehead, the Series 1 champion. Colin Osborne, a former grand finalist as well. They're about to go head-to-head in an important contest. Both of them lost their opening game of Group A, which wouldn't usually be too much of a problem, but obviously with this group being shortened to a couple of days this week, then losing 2 or 3 matches on a Tuesday could be a big problem. So a chance to start to put things right and climb up the table, and talking you through the game, it's back to Henry and Matthew.
Yeah, no such thing as moving day in this Group A, is there? You've got to be right in from the get-go.
First leg,
Osborne
to throw
and
first.
Whitehead need to get on the board.
Game on.
And need to get on the board quickly. Particularly Karon, who got drubbed to 0 by the Belgian qualifier, Karon, in his first game. Whitehead, 86
58.
average. Had 3 darts at a double and missed the lot. As for Osborne, he was one who looked in better nick, didn't he, against Robert Thornton. 96 average, 50% on the doubles.
140.
Kind of got undone by Thornton's 2 treble visits, really, didn't he, in the end?
And lots of character shown as well. Those 12 darters when 3-1 down.
60.
Looked completely out of it in the last leg, but dug deep to give himself an opportunity at the 97. So that's one of the things that Colin Osborne's really been good at over the last sort of couple of years, as he's
100.
reinvented himself. He's rebuilt his throw from the ground up and become very dogged and steely. But when you go on a journey
108.
as bumpy as the ride that Colin Osborne has been on, it is only going to make you stronger.
$45.
So Whitehead, 6 darts then from 203 to take the opening leg, his opening leg of the day.
43.
So he's opened the door back up now for Osborne against the throw.
$60. Karon, you require 160.
So both players are big range finishes. Whitehead first go. Tops for 160.
140.
And that would have been some way to put himself on the board.
156.
This isn't the worst finish in the world for Osborne because he likes double 18. But he needs 2 treble 20s first, and he's not going to find the first of which.
60. Karon, you require 20.
Double 10. Puts
Shot on the
Whitehead in
first
front.
leg,
He gets his
Karon
first
Whitehead.
chalk on the board as the former champion.
That'll make him feel better as well. When you come out and you
Second
lose
leg,
4-0,
it's Colin to
especially
throw
in a game when
first.
you're big favourite in that
Game on.
opener. You go back to that back room, you delay the walk, you go back slowly, you think, oh, I hope people don't get on me
36.
back. Although I don't think that's the sort of practice room we've got here. I think we've got a bunch of characters. I think it'd be a very friendly practice
60.
room this week. Although, I do have a feeling there may be a wind-up merchant joining us on Thursday.
100.
In Group B.
Who, David Davies?
140.
Not that one. No, I don't think. I mean, David Davies is probably too nice for his own good.
Oh, go on, tell all.
55.
Well, I think we know that there's a sly wind-up merchant joining that group in Glen Durrant. I say sly, is not overly sly, is he?
140.
Put it this way, I don't think he'd be doing the Matthew Edgar trick of picking up the check from the commentary box and then flashing it around the practice room, a la Lightning McQueen on the last lap of the Piston Cup, and then end up the tyres falling off. You don't actually win the thing.
120. Karon, you require
What an awful time to have a
161.
dart not penetrate the board. It was in the treble 20, it would have left him on a finish instead. Now, on a no finish and offers Conan Whitehead time. It was actually
121.
Colin Osborne who stopped that week when I was running around with a check showing all the players that was going to win it.
Thank you for doing us the favour there, Colin.
I even wrote my name on it as well.
138.
Whitehead
Conan,
tops
you
after
require
12 for
40.
the break and 2-0. Double 10's when he won the first leg on,
Game shot on
and
the
that's where he's
second
going to win the
leg,
second
Conan
on as well.
Whitehead.
2-0, Conan Whitehead leads here And he is averaging just a shade under 97 in this one.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Halfway towards the victory post. And he is building ahead of steam. And he's the type of player that even on the back of that first game, you wouldn't expect a panic from. And if anything, you'd perhaps expect a reaction. Sometimes he just needs a bit of a punch on the nose just to wake him up a little bit.
180. $57.
Colin Osborne hit perfection in the previous venue.
98.
He went 4 deep there.
Conan Whitehead has that demeanour of a dart player that if you asked him a question, how do you feel about this, Conan?
100.
How do you feel about losing that 4? You won 4-0, how do you? Just so laissez-faire, isn't he? Just takes it in his stride, doesn't overanalyze, just
95.
Point me in the direction of the dartboard and I'll throw them.
But there is a burning desire, though, deep down in Conan. And this competition is very high up on the priority list.
Colin,
if it's not to be a tour card, this is what he wants to win. Ooh, 128. 56 remaining. So single 16 to leave tops.
88. Conan,
It's
you
a
require
3-0, and Osborne is threatening the break back to return the game to throw. Well, if
54.
Colin Osborne does not
Colin,
take
you
out
require
this
40.
combination, Conan Whitehead will go straight for the bullseye. It's his favourite double on the board. But Osborne isn't going to give him the opportunity. He breaks back in 13. The game returns to throw at 2-1. And the wizard from Middlesbrough now has the opportunity to level up.
Colin to throw first. Game on. $83.
Would have expected more, Colin, from that first start. Matt.
56.
Would you like a useless stat?
You're full of them, so I'm sure you've got loads, yeah.
If Luke Littler wins the PDC World Darts Championship
45.
on Wednesday night, Pitbull will become the first ever artist to have a war contract for 2 world champions.
139.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. That was useless.
Of course, the walk-on song of
140.
Peter Wright is Pitbull's Don't Stop the Party, whilst Luke Littler walks on to Green Light by the same artist.
171.
Also the theme tune of a previous WrestleMania.
If it's not The Rock and John Cena, I don't really care.
99.
It was Rihanna, wasn't it?
Conan, you require 135.
Trying to work out the mathematics here to leave a preferred double. 30 scored, leaves 105.
50. Colin, you require 134.
Traditional route there for Colin Osborne. We'll see some of the younger players these
58.
days always try and leave the double-double
Conan, you
option, which we've
require
seen him start on the
85.
18s. I like that play from Osborne.
65.
Conan,
Colin, you require
frustrated,
76.
angry, emotional. He knows the urgency here that is available in this Group A. You can't be losing the opening couple of fixtures.
56.
He was almost
Karon, you
reeled back
require
into
20.
2-2 from 2-0 up, but White has the opportunity to move 2 clear again, and this time to throw for the match. But the double 5 goes inside, and so Osborne presents himself with another opportunity.
Colin, you require 20.
To claw this game back from 2 down, Osborne levels up at 2-2.
That could be the greatest bust
Fifth
I
leg,
have ever
it's Karon
seen.
to throw first. Game on.
Traditionally, when players go inside on the 5s, you just throw a dart anywhere down the left-hand side of the board and bust it. Whitehead deliberately thrown
60.
it and hit the treble 20. Even though he's burning the dart, he still kind of used it productively. Love it. Never seen it before. Like it.
100.
He does play this game, doesn't he, with a real maverick flair. Swashbuckling brilliance
92.
and garish ways of going for things. As I say, any time he has 50 left in hand, he'll go for the bullseye. It's his favourite double on the board, he tells me.
85.
Not long ago, I was saying that he strikes me as the sort of player that just laissez-faire, takes it in the stride, not too
45.
bothered. He's getting flustered right now. He's getting angry.
You won't like him when he's angry.
46. $123.
So 6 starts here for Whitehead to put his nose back in front at 3-2. Spurn opportunities to open up a 3-1 lead in the last leg.
$59.
If Osborne can fire in a couple of trebles here, the complexion of this leg could change completely.
180.
Well, it's a different leg now because
Karon, you
suddenly
require
Conan is chasing
122.
and needs to take out the 1-2-2. It's going to be a dart at his favourite bullseye.
88.
But it doesn't come to his aid this
Karon,
time,
you
and that
require
max now
54.
presents Osborne the opportunity to go 3-2 up from 3-0 down.
Well, that Max instantly had the reaction to Conan Whitehead. As soon as he heard that call, his eyes flicked over to the screen to see what score Colin Osborne was left on.
14.
He wouldn't have been happy to see him right
Karon,
on his
you
tail
require
on 54,
34.
but he'll be delighted to see him miss the opportunity. That was so far away, you'd say maybe he was splitting it down.
26. Colin, you require 40.
Osborne was 2-0 down. He could have been 3-1 down. But he finds
Shot on
himself
the fifth
3-2 in
leg,
front
Colin
and fighting
Osborne.
for the match. And Conan Whitehead watched up on one of the screens by the side of the stage, shaking his head quite
Sixth
literally
leg,
in
it's Colin to
disbelief.
throw first.
And now Colin
Game
Osborne,
on.
who could have been out of this one, is now throwing for the match.
100. $52.
When it's not going for you, you come to the hockey, you throw 3 darts, they feel good, they're on the wire, you get 52 points. That
100.
just adds to the frustration that we can see currently written all across Conan Whitehead.
180.
The throw later, opposite side of the wire. You think, that was exactly the same feeling, I did exactly the same thing. Why am I not replicating this positivity?
135.
Boy, did he give that treble a good old stare down when he hit that max, Conan.
99.
And because of that straight with the last dart, Conan's going to get the first poker to finish on the big fish. Osborne's going to leave it handy. But we know
134.
how prolific the Barbarian
Conan,
can be on this particular outshot. He's done it more than once here. But he's not going to find it to save the match. And so Osborne, double 16 to complete a 4-2 comeback victory.
85.
Something else he
Colin,
might be
you
doing more
require
than once.
32.
And that might be in this group campaign. It's taste defeat. Osborne 32 points away. Three.
Conan, you require 85.
There, 3 darts in hand. This is an opportunity now for Whitehead to break the throw. He would become favourite once again if he can take this 85. It's going to be just 1 dart at tops.
Game
And
shot on the
Osborne,
6th leg.
using the
Conan
same
Whitehead.
tactic, watching on the side screen, he's not going to enjoy what he has just seen. The opportunity to get the match wrapped up.
7th and final leg. It's Conan to throw
Gone for
first.
Colin Osborne. Can he
Game
carve
on.
out the chance once again?
40.
A little bit edgy here, and that is the urgency of a 2-day Group A with only 1 place available for Saturday night's final. I think 2 defeats.
41.
The most you can really afford, and when you're in this position, you've already lost a game. You look into that practice room and you just see sharks
60.
everywhere around the room. You think, I've got to go through this entire card, winning 8 from 8.
However, both these players have played Group Cs before and they've got through Group Cs before.
83.
Does that give them some kind of help in this format or not? Because it's just the 1 spot through.
No, all you want to do is win. Just win all the time. That's the only thing that matters. You don't really make plans
100.
or you certainly don't make plans for a Group C campaign because that means you're in the bottom half of the table.
The timing of Osborne's maximums in this game has been stupendous. The first left him on 54 when he was chasing the game a couple of legs down.
140.
And that maximum there could well see him on the cusp of victory. I could do with a treble now. Leave himself a 2-darter.
59. Conan, you require 161.
And this is most definitely in Whitehead's wheelhouse, but the 161 isn't going to go. And so Osborne, 138 to win the match.
65. Colin, you require 138.
To win it on the Humphreys.
Well, Conan Whitehead
Conan,
found
you
himself
require
2-0 up and then 3-0 down, but can he come back, claw this game back? But that first start drags low, and that presents options for the Barbarian.
I'm thinking double 13 bull. He likes the bull. Opts the safer option, going 2 at the same target.
80.
And ironically, managed to
Colin,
get
you
round the
require
dart he tried to
38.
avoid in the first place.
And so Osborne comes back for the target that Whitehead couldn't lay up.
Game shot.
And he
and the
finds
match,
it last
Colin
start in
Osborne.
hand. And Colin Osborne, this time, the right side of a 4-3 scoreline. He gets the better with the former champion Conan Whitehead in a last leg decider. It's 2 defeats of 2 for the Barbarian. He's going to have to draw upon those battling qualities in the group that is to come. That's the tail of the tape from that one. Both players with 13 darts at double in that particular match, but it was Osborne that found the match-winning one. We're going to take a short break, and upon our return, we're going to see Chris Landman, the Lakeside finalist from last month. He takes on Karon.
So into game 6 here at the Super Series on week 7 of Series 6, the first one back after a brief break for Christmas, and it's been a really good start for the debutant, the ADC qualifier. Karon got a fantastic win, a 4-0 win against Conan Whitehead, who we saw just go down again to Colin Osborne in that previous match. Karon just completing his practice starts for this meeting with Chris Landman, who was a little unfortunate to be pipped at the post by Pilgrim in his opener, back on the Super Series stage after reaching the final on the Lakeside stage. And talking you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, Chris Landman losing out to a Belgian in that particular final. Andy Barton's picking up the title at Frimley Green around about this time last month. And he faces another Belgian here who got off to a rip-roaring start in his first game at the Super Series. Karon, 88-41. in deposing of the former champion Conan Whitehead by 4-0. But the big question is, can he keep that level up for the duration of a day?
First. Game on.
The evidence we presented with from
100.
the past would suggest no. But we have seen so many times what this stage and this environment does to players and how they produce
60.
things that we've not seen from them before and really does kickstart careers. A
100.
breeding ground of darting talent here at the Super Series.
The St George's Park of Darts, where we bring that next generation
43.
through. Those players that ambitious are maybe sometimes when they drift off the tour to play
100.
competitively, but by contrast, those that really want to give top dogs a real go.
Well, I coined the phrase last year of worlds collide at the Super Series
60.
because that's exactly what we've got. We've got the best of the future, the best of the past. We've got players of the present.
139.
We have the best off the ADC, the Women's Series, ADC Europe. We've had ADC Oceania.
81.
You literally find the very
Pressure
best
required,
talent.
62.
The only criteria is you can't have a PDC tour card. But Chris Landman, without a
Getting shot on
PDC
the
tour
first
card
leg,
last year, was
Chris
able to
Landman.
make to a Pro Tour final for darts like he's showing here. A 15 darter there to hold his throat.
Second leg.
Forces
It's
your
Jeroen
own
to throw
into
first. Game on.
a 12 darter or lose the leg. And it was the latter.
$60. 60.
Very hard to say now because we don't know who we're going to have because of Q school and all the rest of it. But who do you expect of the pool of players that we've seen
100.
here at the Super Series to really blossom in 2024?
Glendoran.
100.
Go on.
Oh, I thought I could get away with just giving you one answer.
Go on. You're one of the top analysts in the game. Explain your reasoning.
140.
It's just the first name I thought of, really, when you asked the question.
100.
I think Cam Crabtree, in all seriousness, if he doesn't go get a tour card, what we saw from him last time, I think he could really use this to skyrocket himself onto sort of that next level. So, serious answer, Cam
85.
Crabtree, if he doesn't get a tour card. However, that's a big, serious if, isn't it? I do think as
100.
well, from players that are
You're
dropping off the
require
tour, if they can't get
160.
cards back, there's going to be some very interesting faces coming to join us on that platform. Let you know a couple of them in the next leg.
41. Chris, you require
Landman looking to
141.
get the break in lead 2-0. I'm going to take the 1-4-1 out, and so Jeroen Back for 75 to square this match up, and it's going to be under pressure.
You require
Landman leaving himself a
75.
double 18. Double 12. Levels, you devils, one apiece.
Jeroen Karon.
So Crabtree of the players who have
Third leg, it's
sort
Chris
of
to throw first.
been here before. There are 3 players, though, coming off the tour that really stand out for me as people who will
17.
flourish in this environment. One of them, a player who's already confirmed he's not going to Q School, Jeff Smith. He will be very, very good in this environment. So consistent. And consistency is the key to success here. He could win a series. Connor Scott.
60.
Got levels and gears in him. But if I had to say there was one player, I think, who would benefit from a year of not being on the tour and being here at the Super Series, and
45.
someone who I think would be quite dominant in sort of Steve West style. Another fellow Steve Lennon.
44.
So understated, so good, so talented. I think he would benefit from a year here at the Super Series.
Why don't you get in touch with us here at the Super Series? Who would you like to see play here?
95.
Just remember, the only stipulations is you cannot have anybody who has tour card status. Could be a legend of the game. It could be somebody who's playing locally, possibly who's playing some good stuff. And if you are a player that has ambitions of playing on the big stage, then follow the ADC. There's opportunities to play on this stage.
57.
In front of the cameras, in front of some big names. And we saw players such as the one that stood out for me last year was Tom Lonsdale, qualified for one of the ADC
60.
Open events and hit 111 average, got through to a Saturday night, was really impressive. Hopefully we get to see him again in the not too distant future. And you get the opportunity to go pretty much
94.
from your local setup to the biggest of stages.
100. Jeroen,
This
you
is going to have
require
to go now,
110.
Jeroen.
He loses the opportunity with the first start. Wasn't able to stay straight. Takes him from a finish to a
70.
non-finish.
Chris, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Chris
Landman.
Landman.
Lands the double, lands the leg, holds the throw. And maybe
Fourth
looking at a
leg,
bit
it's
of
Jeroen to throw
revenge
first.
on the Belgian flag.
100.
By the way, I just want to submit an idea
125.
to the producers of the MODUS Super Series. Because a certain Darius Labanauskas hasn't got a tour card now.
Don't go there.
Yes, I'm going there. If Darius Labanauskas does not get a tour
134.
card at Q School, I want the producer of this show to put Darius and Matt Edgar in a group together.
60.
I don't want to be in a group. I don't want to be on comment. I don't want to be in the same building as that man.
You might actually win a leg against him this time.
He's cost me a lot over the years.
100.
What dates are you available, Matt?
Every day.
100.
He's not.
Jeroen, you require 167.
6 starts from here to level up at 2-2 for Jeroen. Doesn't have to take it out this time. All about the setup play from here. But he'll be wary of Landman back
60.
on 216. A couple of trebles could make life very precarious, especially now he's left a free data again.
60. Jeroen, you require 107.
He's already hit this today, Jeroen. His opening game against Conan Whitehead. Is history going to repeat itself? Tops.
67.
Just above.
Chris, you
You'd
require
expect to come back.
156.
But we know Landman's capable.
100. Jeroen, you require 40.
Did enjoy this target in his opening game.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Liking a
You're
lot
in,
about him
Karon.
here. He approached the hockey there, very measured, wasn't rushed. And it can be so
Fifth
easy
flag,
when you're
it's
playing
Chris to
against a
throw
quick player
first.
like Chris Landman, just to get
Game
caught
on.
up in the pace of things and doing everything in his own time, at his own pace,
180.
playing his own game. They need to raise his game here because he's going to have to find a breaker throw against Chris Landman at some point if he's going to win this match. And time
134.
is running out.
And Landman's already kicked off this leg with a max. And he's going to follow up with another
140.
2-triple turn. It looks like Jeroen Karoon's best hope is going to be taking this one to a last leg decider because the countryman has built up ahead of pace here.
93.
At least 6, could be 9 from 181.
140.
Oh, what a leg this is. Max 140, 140 to leave 41 after 9 darts. A potential 11 dart leg to put himself within a leg of the match.
85.
We spoke about the
Chris,
gears
you
this man
require
has,
41.
and he's gone through them in this leg. Tots of an 11.
Game shot
That
on
is
the fifth
absolutely
flag, Chris
superb
Landman.
from Chris Landman. Just when he needed to ignite the switch, he finds an 11 dart leg to put himself within
Sixth
a leg
flag,
of the
it's Jeroen
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Welcome to the Super Series, Jeroen, because that is what's going to be hit at you a fair bit of the time,
60.
especially in this group.
$140.
Might be getting hit against him quite a bit more in this match.
$180.
First maximum on the Super Series stage, coming match number
100.
2 for Karon.
This visit's big. These next few darts are big. He needs to find a big treble.
43.
And now the game is in the palm of the hands of Chris Landman. He's got 6 on 2, 6-1 now.
100.
It's only a ton, though. I say only because of the position Jeroen finds himself in. One good visit away from putting the game back in his favour.
60.
But he comes up dry
Chris, you
and
require
hands the initiative
161.
back to the countryman.
$137. Jeroen, you require
What a setup.
158.
What a time to find another 2-treble visit. Forcing this 158 to go, it won't.
43. Chris, you require 24.
For the match. Double 6.
12. Jeroen, you require 115.
Again, won't be rushed. Doing things at his own pace. A lot to like about this. But we may have to wait for
57.
another match to like any
Chris, you
more.
require
Because it's double
12.
6 for Landman for the points.
He's put on a real shift towards the line, but he
No
cannot
score.
cross it. And so
Jeroen, you
Jeroen
require
Karoon comes back
58.
for 58 for a last leg decider again.
That first start for Landman can often just take your breath away very briefly when you throw so low and almost bust the shot. But that is low, it's wide. He's lost the opportunity to have an
26.
effective last start.
Chris, you
And
require
Landman
12.
comes back to the board again, this time for the points. This time,
Game shot
Landman
and the
gets over the
match,
line
Chris
and
Landman.
converts. He gets some more points on the board today. Chris Landman joins the players on 2. Avenges that defeat in his opening game. For Jeroen, he wasn't able to follow up that heroic 4-0 victory in the opening game, but shown enough signs that there's going to be plenty of positivity for him throughout the day. Can Conan Whitehead find some positivity? He's coming up next, taking on Robert Thornton.
Welcome back. So we are 6 games into the new year here at the MODUS Super Series, and here's a look at what's happened so far. Colin Osborne going down 4-3 to Robert Thornton in the first match back since the Christmas break, and then Daryl Pilgrim, well, he was back with a bang, took out a fantastic 1-6-4 checkout in his match against the Lakeside finalist Chris Landman. Pilgrim, of course, who produced the highest average ever on the Super Series stage when he played here last year, had a 9-darter as well, and a fantastic 1-6-4 there. Went on to win that match 4-3. Then Karon, a 4-0 victory against Conan Whitehead. Robert Thornton doubled up with wins 4-1 against Pilgrim before Osborne got the better of Whitehead and Landman beat the Belgian. Karon coming up next, though, it's Robert Thornton against Conan Whitehead, the pair of them about to do battle on the stage. So I will hand you back to Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Why, thank you very much, Chris. And so these two have got history on this stage. Conan Whitehead, the former champion, against Robert Thornton, who keeps putting himself in positions here at the Super Series, but has failed as of yet to cross that finishing line. Looking to win a hat-trick of World Seniors titles when that tournament moves to the Circus Tavern again in February time. And this week will be a good
first leg
judgment and test of where his game is ahead of that defence of the title in Purfleet. And maybe, a bit like last year, wins the World
60.
Seniors and may go under the radar for next year's tournament.
Robert Thornton, to me, is like
100.
the seniors version of a James Wade. He's that guy that's always in the running for a title, but you never really
54.
put that much light on him. He always gets underestimated going into them. I remember being at the World Championships, stood over just to the
60.
side as Robert Thornton lifted the trophy up. And one of the organisers of the event said, he always gets written off, but
95.
we always forget how much bottle that man has. I remember just looking across and just thinking of that moment and thinking
50.
about those words and how spot on they was, because to win those titles, you do need a little bit more than just the raw talent. You need that bottle, you need those moments, you need
48.
that doggedness. Robert Thornton is full of it.
$43. 60. 121.
Well, the bookies had Conan as the favourite at 4-5. Thornton, the outsider, at 10-11. And for the first time in 2024,
60.
it is time for our favourite.
Conan, you require
The
127.
1-2-7 game. We call it the Hinks. But Whitehead won't do the biz.
$99.
He gave us some good moments
Robert,
in
you require
2023, didn't he, Paul
124.
Hinks?
Always. And
99.
nearly another good moment there for Robert Thornton,
you
who's already
require
converted the
28.
123 finish. Whitehead
14.
not converting much.
Robert, you
He's
require
had 21
25.
darts here to break the throw of Robert Thornton, a situation that you would say a bit of a gift
Game shot on the
beforehand.
first
Is a
leg, Robert Thornton.
amount of darts you wouldn't normally expect to get on the Thornton throw. So an opportunity gone past there for
Second leg, it's
Conan
Conan to throw
Whitehead.
first. Game on.
Big opportunity for his Super League
100.
team as well on Wednesday. They're actually going to be streaming that match themselves. Very ironic thing that his Super League team will be tuning in to
140.
watch him today on the stream, and then he'll be watching them on the stream on Wednesday. Plays in a good Super League team of players in Kent with the likes of David
140.
Wazuki, someone we've seen here at the Super Series on many occasions, and Bhav Patel, who we saw at the World Championship, taking on
140.
William O'Connor.
$180.
And where Conan Whitehead, I'm sure, would like to be gracing. We've seen him at the
100.
WDF, then BDO World
Conan, you
Championship,
require
reached the
81.
quarterfinals of Lakeside. Like anyone now who picks up a dart has dreams and ambitions of stepping onto that Ali Pali stage.
69.
The ambition
you
was double
require
12. That's been
121.
narrowly missed. Thornton missed the 1-2-4 in the previous leg. He's going to get a crack at the 1-2-1. It's back to the bull, but he can't bet it this
83.
time. And so
Conan, you
Whitehead
require
returns to level
12.
this game up at 1 apiece. If he could pin double 6.
No score.
But he goes the other side into the double
Robert, you
13.
require
And where's there been
38.
drama over a double 13 bust over the last couple of days? So I had to go for it with the first,
10.
split with the second, and double 14 was
Conan,
the
you
end
require
destination.
12.
Beginning to get a bit chaotic this leg, but it's one
Game
that
shot
is
on the
won
second
by
leg,
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
And it is 1-1.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Every person
Game on.
who has ever picked up a dart and thrown it at a board in any form of competition has always thought,
134.
I want to play at Lakeside or I want to play at Ali Pali. We have quite a sizable amount of
98.
people, and it's growing all the time, of people that have done both. Robert Thornton, one of those. Conan Whitehead achieved half of that so far, but will continue his quest. He'll be heading to Q
100.
School in a week's time now. It's right on the horizon, so a perfect time here to be at the Super Series to hone his skills and to
120.
get really good quality practice time.
That's a Robin Hood for Conan. Now, the way that...
80.
Oh, wow. Now Thornton's had one spat out. Now, the way that Whitehead combines his flight and stem equipment together, he glues it together. So if there is such thing as a harsh bounce at a
44.
Robin Hood, then he's got to go back to the start. And as you can see on the table there, he only takes one spare stem and flight combination with him. He's not like some players who will bring almost like a pencil case with him upon the stage.
23. $59. Robert, you require 164.
6 and 164.
$85.
What Conan would give for 140 about now.
60. Robert, you require
I could give a bit
79.
more now after just getting the 60. Thornton. Well, he was looking to leave tops. Instead, he used it as part of the
59.
setup.
Conan, you require 120.
Whitehead will be hoping to do the same. Dart at tops. You will not get the opportunity.
56.
So chances are presenting
Robert, you
themselves there for
require
Whitehead so
20.
far. He's just not been able to convert.
Game shot on the third leg. Robert
And Thornton sneaks it in the double 10. Yep, that was in, Robert. Just needs to double check the direction of
Fourth
travel
leg,
there.
it's Conan to throw first.
And even though he's
Game
2-1
on.
up, he is remonstrating with himself in the background. This is, well, if you compare the first couple of
100.
performances, this is a big dip. And perhaps worryingly, his average from game 1 to game 2 went down by 10 points. And it's gone down another 10 points here.
140.
I don't want to keep harping on about the missed opportunities, but I'm going to. When we look at the
100.
amount of darts Whitehead has had to break Thornton, he's got to break him in this match. He had 21 darts in the opening leg, and he had
100.
18 darts in the last.
97.
There you saw the wonderful stage of the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, the home venue of the Super Series.
60.
Here in Portsmouth on the south coast of England in Hampshire. And that auditorium does open up to a crowd on a Saturday night, and Conan Whitehead has been there on a few occasions. He's won there on a few occasions, and he has left himself double 12 after 12 to tie this game back up at 2 apiece.
77.
Thornton responds in kind.
24.
We might just be getting to the meat of the match about now.
Game shot on the 4th
14
flag.
data for
Conan
Whitehead. Level we are at 2-2, and both have made statements of intent known.
5th flag, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Do you want to be here on a Saturday night? We're going to show you a QR code.
82.
Send you to a website called dartshot.tv where you can obtain your tickets to every single Saturday night here at the Super Series. The tickets
57.
come with a small booking charge, but other than that, it's free. 3 pints for a tenner. Now, that is a deal worth taking on, isn't it? We're down in Portsmouth on the south coast, and I've been speaking to 1 or 2 people over Christmas, Matt. I was at Bratton Park yesterday, and there was 1 or 2 people who perhaps have found out about the Super Series for the first time because of what Luke Little is doing, and have said that they will be fancying a Saturday night's worth of darting action. The word is being spread around about the MODUS Super Series. And why don't you be a part of it? If you are able to do so, I know there's 1 or 2 people that want to tick it off their bucket list in 2024. Tell you what, careful there.
140.
3 points for a tenner, you say? You could have a month's worth of drinking there.
140.
Careful you. I'll have you know that I had a holly jolly Christmas.
140. Robert, you require 150.
Another. Left double 15, and he is enraged with himself. He liked the lie of the
Conan,
first.
you require 104.
Break chance then for Whitehead. Double 16 for 104, but it strays
88.
just above and the other side.
Robert, you require 60. Game shot on the 5th flag.
Tops of
Robert
Thornton usually leads to one thing, and that is game shot in his direction. He leads 3-2. There tends to be a fist bump at the end of every leg.
Game on.
It's got to be said, he's not looked too settled in this game. From the offset, he's been sort of fidgety around the wrist area. And seems to be something just causing a bit of discomfort here for Robert Thornton. We did say that the start of this campaign, when you said, who do you think is going to benefit from a 2-day Group A? I said Robert Thornton on the basis that we tend to see him break
58.
down as a week goes on. He'll want to get this done, have a couple of days off, and then attack a Saturday night once again.
121.
Well, he's shaking his right hand, his throwing hand, a lot between visits. What could that possibly be down to? Could that be maybe the conditions on stage, maybe being a little bit cold?
99.
Could it be down to perhaps other factors?
$28.
Struggles are becoming apparent now for the fawn, and that was on the back of a purple patch.
60. $100. Conan, you require 144.
So Robert Thornton now has an opportunity
58.
to complete the match on
Robert, you require
112.
112.
He's going to get a dart. And his favourite double top.
72.
And it goes just above
Conan,
the
you
wire, and it
require
may just be a
86.
dart of the bullseye here for Conan to save it. He gets a better prize. Double 16 and now double 8.
70.
And that miss could seal his
Robert,
fate.
you require 40.
I don't think that's just to save this match. I think that's to save his hopes of qualifying directly here through this Group A. But a low dart, and again,
Game shot.
flexation of that
Robert
wrist. We'll keep
Thornton.
an eye on that as the day goes on. But the one thing we know about Robert Thornton is he continues to win. 3 games played, 3 games won. It's the opposite, though, for Conan. All 3 of his games have ended in defeat, and he has an uphill climb here in Group A. We will see him anyway in Group B and C, so the urgency button needs to be pressed, but not the panic button. Darryl Pilgrim takes on Jerome Karon coming up next.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton is on the charge. He's won all 3 of his fixtures so far. The Scotsman is flying. Many expected it would be Darryl Pilgrim who would be doing that, and he did start well. A 4-3 win against Chris Landman for Mr. P earlier on, but went down to Thornton 4-1, and he now takes on Jerome Karon, the Belgian thrower, who is an ADC qualifier, made a very, very good start, a 4-0 win against Conan. Whitehead for him, but then went down 4-2 to Landman himself. So which of this pair can land their second victory? We will find out over the next possible 7 legs in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so, Darryl Pilgrim, Mr. P, the man with a big reputation going into this week. He is 1-1 and he has lost 1 so far today. Up against Jerome Karon, who, look, we spoke before the outset. We delved through his stats and his averages, and we said that maybe there could be an incline of performance on the stage. That's most certainly been the case.
It's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
I also put a blanket question mark over the entire group and suggested that over the Christmas period that players tend to drop the ball a little bit, tend to focus a little bit more on the festivities, and when it's not your full-time occupation, like for most of these players, darts is not, it is quite hard to not enjoy the holiday period and the festivities. And
140.
Daryl Pilgrim comes into this game as a 1-6 favourite, and I don't like that. What we've seen on Daryl Pilgrim so far today, it's been
93.
a bit erratic, a little bit inconsistent. Yes, we know if he finds his levels, he should be the big favourite to win this, but there's been a lot of ghost throws. There's been a lot of tension in the arm and the shoulders here of
100.
Daryl Pilgrim. And Jerome here on debut is almost free rolling. I think 1-6 is a risky ploy.
45.
Talking of Christmas, how was your festivities, Matthew?
42.
I think I put on about a stone and a half. Nearly finished all the chocolates though, that's
60.
just left them coconut ones.
We had a big Christmas dinner in the Deacon household.
$135.
Turkey, gammon, pork and beef on the plate, as well as the old pigs in blankets and the rest of it.
140.
Well, a chance here to break the
You
throw in
require
the opening
84.
leg. Pilgrim 140 gives himself a bit of a opportunity of holding on and will force Jerome to have to use the bullseye.
50.
He's not able to do. He
Karon,
does
you
leave
require
himself on a double.
104.
Should Pilgrim be able to dig himself out of this hole? Move the wire.
84. Jeroen, you require
3 darts in
34.
hand now to break the throw of the big favourite in this match.
Game shot on the first leg. Jeroen Karon. Second leg, it's Jeroen to
And
throw
1-0
first.
Jeroen with a break of throw.
Game on.
And at what point do we begin to install Robert Thornton as the favourite to win this group? Because
140.
Oh, about 5 minutes ago when he won 3 from 3. That was the moment. Becomes big favourite in
96.
order to win this one. I'm impressed with Jeroen here. And he is representing a developing nation in Belgium.
43.
The place I've spent quite a bit of time over the last 18 months. And every time I go over there, I'm blown away with how much they're embracing this sport. And
58.
when we look at the players that are coming through, with the Andy Bartons now winning the WDF World Championship, and he'll be heading to Q School to try and join the likes of Dimitri Vandenberg, Kim Hybrex.
140.
Brian Roman was on that tour. He's recently lost his card, but he'll be hoping to get that back now after shoulder surgery.
when the WDF system in 2 of the last 3
60.
years, the players that's ended number 1 in the men's category have been Belgian, in Brian and Andy.
Oh, they're coming. The Belgians are coming. They are the next Holland and Germany sort of nation.
138.
A country that is really going to break through. I'd like to see a little bit more done there in terms of maybe another Euro Tour or potential World Series. They are
96.
really passionate
you
about their
require
darts.
40.
Now, Jeroen here has left tops after 12. He's been good on this target today.
Game
He
shot
finds
on
it
the
again. It's a
second leg.
14
Jeroen
darter. It's a
Karon.
2-0 lead. And Daryl Pilgrim is in a world of bother here. And Jeroen Karon, the debutant in this
Third leg,
competition, the
it's Daryl to
qualifier
throw
for
first.
Belgium, is having a
Game
bit of a
on.
flyer.
And it doesn't feel like he's performing too far out of
47.
his station, but numbers suggest differently over the 2023. Never broken 90 average in a recorded match, but That was before. This is now. Different
85.
environment, different stage, different preparation. Exactly what we warned you about at the start of play, and certainly Carol Pilgrim not representing any value at the 1-6, which
97.
again was pre-warned at the start of the match. On the evidence of what we've seen so far, there's tension for Pilgrim.
Yeah, but you're judging off of 2023 stats. You've not looked at the 2024
100.
stats.
Judging Pilgrim off today, he's not looked settled.
$140.
Even positive darts don't help you when you get into that mindset of negativity. Because even when you do something positive, you think, why didn't I do that before? It's a very, very hard place
100.
to break. When we speak about breaks, Jerome has got that breaker throw and confirmed it against Pilgrim, so he doesn't need to win this leg. It'd just be a bonus to get a double breaker throw. Just give him a bit more time.
But it gives him 2 cracks on throw to win the match. He can find a 140 here, or 2 treble visits, which he won't now. Would have made things
56.
interesting.
Darryl, you
So
require
Pilgrim,
117.
117. He'll expect a couple of turns at this. Over 19 for tops. Doesn't go, and so Jeroen, 160.
93.
For the double break.
Jeroen, you require
and a 3-0 lead.
160.
Oh, that first one sat perfectly. But second in kind. It's now his favourite double top.
120.
And that was just above the wire.
Darryl, you require 24.
Pilgrim's had to survive a scare. He's come back for a second chance. And he gets it in. Last dart in hand. He just about survives. Back to 2-1. But Jeroen, having stolen the darts, has got an opportunity to re-establish that 2-leg buffer on throw.
Absolutely, that was a scare. You stand at the back of the stage, you see your opponent coming up for a shot like 160, and you think, I'll be all right, I'll be coming back for this. After the first 2 darts go in, you just have a little glance at the board, see what the situation is. You see those first 2 darts in, and you think, here we go again. Especially when it's been a day like Pilgrim's had of form in and out and missed opportunities.
$85. $93. $133.
Well, the visit there just swings the leg back in Jeroen's direction. Pilgrim needing a couple of trebles here. And so the Belgian has got 6 darts here to re-establish that 2-leg cushion and to put himself a leg away. And of the favourites to win this group, Pilgrim and Whitehead were right up in there in terms of the betting there. 2 of the top 3 in that regard. And Jeroen could be on the cusp of beating both of them on his debut day.
$96. Jeroen, you require 144.
Minimum requirement here would be a treble. He's got that. He can still attack this 144. He's just missed the 160. It was the same combination. It was 2 trebles and the double.
Karon.
But on this occasion, he's been able to land it. His second tumpless finish of the day so far. And he's doing it as if he's just walking through the park. No reaction. Cool, calm, collected, like a darting Terminator.
98.
Pilgrim now is in peril.
$140.
And you just look at the eyes, you look at the body language. As you say, he looks so calm and relaxed, but there's an inner steel and determination. And You could just see in his eyes as he
96.
retrieved those last darts in that 140 turn. He knows he has his man where he wants him, and he does not want to take his hand off the tiller.
60.
Shows I'm still in Christmas mode there, because I thought you doesn't want to take his hands off Nutella. Still got the chocolate brain.
100.
I mean, if we're talking about chocolate, I did go to a very popular supermarket this morning before coming into the live lounge, and they had Easter eggs. Easter eggs!
Yeah,
36.
January the 2nd, isn't it? Let's go in the Easter vibes.
Do we know whether Phil Barr celebrates Easter the same way he celebrates Christmas?
No, I think he's putting his tree
95.
up now, isn't he, for Christmas 24?
But following an opening visit of 140, Jeroen Karon has not really done much since.
31.
And so Pilgrim has got 6
W
here for
require
112 to
112.
pull one back.
$88.
Lovely setup play. That's the job done there. He earned himself the extra turn at the setup, which makes this really not effective unless we see a
140.
Pilgrim
W
mistake.
require 24.
3 darts at double 12. He's already hit this once in the match. Make that twice.
Daryl Pilgrim.
The doubles have played him a little bit today, but maybe a change of target is going to be more profitable
Sixth
for
leg,
Mr.
it's Jeroen
P.
to throw first. Game on.
D12 worked out for Mr. P. And Jeroen is throwing for the match.
140.
That is really good darts. When you're put in a position to go on and win the match, and you think to yourself, just hit one treble every visit.
97.
Try get out in 15 darts. Give yourself that bonus on the opening turn.
But if we show you the scoring power pack, he is power scoring
57.
Pilgrim, who is well known and well versed as one of the biggest hitters in that department into submission. 7-ton 40s, 7 tons.
But it's about doing them at the right time. Are we going to see that from Pilgrim? Or is it too late? Because this is great.
140.
It may well be too late. That's another 140 coming for Karon.
That's a big slip. Meant he had to hit 2 trebles to leave himself a finish.
38.
He is in big trouble here. And this could be our first big upset of 2024.
Jeroen Karon, the Belgian qualifier, goes for the ball for 164 to beat the man who has the record average on that stage.
Didn't need to go for the ball. Probably shouldn't have.
100.
But still got
Jeroen,
time.
you
Still got
require
darts in the hand.
43.
Should be 2. Could have been 3.
He heads down to go up to tops. Double 10. Doesn't go.
23.
And so Pilgrim gets a
Darryl, you
reprieve.
require 126.
This would be painful. And it's on. It's the bull.
101.
For a level game and would have made him
Jeroen, you
favourite for the
require
match.
20.
Instead, it might be the last dart he throws.
Game shot.
Because Jeroen Karon, the
Karon.
Belgian qualifier, has beaten the bookmakers' favourite to go on and win the group. He was a 40-1 outsider at the beginning of the day, the Belgian. Daryl Pilgrim was 13-8 on, but it's roles reversal there as Jeroen Karon averages 93.65. 4 out of 11 on the doubles, aided and abetted by that 144. He also missed top score 160 as well in the match to get the better of Daryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to be watching Colin Osborne in action up against Chris Landman.
Up next here at the MODUS Super Series, a meeting between Colin Osborne, the Wizard, and Chris Landman, the Dutchman, who has won one of his two games so far, beaten by Daryl Pilgrim in a last leg decider in Game 2 before getting the better of Jeroen Karon, who's had an excellent debut. Just beat Pilgrim to make it 2 out of 3 wins for him, and that's exactly what Colin Osborne is hoping to do here if he can get the better of Landman. Guiding you through all of today's action, Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Chris. And, well, this, I think we're both looking forward to, because we both know the levels that these two have. Colin Osborne, former Champions League runner-up, losing to Luke Littler back in August, whilst for Chris Landman, as you mentioned earlier on, 2 big finals in 2023 for him. What have you made of the pair's day, though, so far?
I've been impressed with Osborne, as I am every time I see him. He's
59.
Starting to get back to that Colin Osborne of old, but I think this is a better 60. Colin Osborne, because he's more hardened, more appreciative, shall we say, of what is coming his way. Not saying he wasn't appreciative of everything he had when he was at the very peaks of his powers.
100.
But when you feel like that's been taken away or it's gone, you really enjoy the second wave.
60.
And look, it's not easy for players that have been in Colin's position, where you drift away and you drift off to then come back and have a renaissance. And sometimes you've got to commend the character to even be putting yourself in that position.
I can vouch for this as someone who's sort of come away from playing the game on a full-time basis. That certainly when I played in events like here at the Super Series, or when I've had success out on the WDF tour, you enjoy it so much more. Where when you're on that first time round, you must just expect it, it's like, oh, what's next? What's next? And you don't take time to enjoy the successes that you've got because you're always looking at what's next or the next step. I think right now, every success that Colin has, he cherishes every moment because he'll know from experience that it can be taken away at any point.
60. $56.
He's got the space he wants in his leg.
105.
Hits a treble 20 there of his second dart. So it's single 20, treble 20, 25. Leaving himself on 57.
59. Colin, you require 57.
Presents himself an opportunity to take the opening leg. Landman has not got out the gate. Osborne's had his troubles.
17.
But he's being afforded the luxury of time.
$140. Colin, you require 40.
Double 10 to win a scrappy opening leg. Double 5.
35.
He moves inside and
Chris, you require 47.
Landman, who shouldn't be in this position, could pick up the pieces.
Game shot
Double
on the first
10
leg. Chris Landman.
for a steal for the countryman.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting watching the players' body language and how they carry themselves through a game. And
43.
Colin Osborne didn't want to look at the board. He was listening for the call. He wouldn't like the call he got. And then he couldn't even bring himself to look at Chris Landman. Waited till Landman was back in position before coming back onto the hockey.
Both players in a similar position as far as the group is concerned. They both won one and they both lost one. Both players losing out 4-3 in their opening matches. Colin Osborne to Robert Thornton, Chris Landman to Darryl Pilgrim. Landman then responded with a 4-2 success against Karon, and that may well turn out to be a good victory the way that he's been played so far today. As for Osborne, he got the better of the former champion Conan Whitehead by 4-3. Whitehead, who incidentally has lost all 3 matches so far today. The man who's perfect to the top of the pile is Robert Thornton, but there is a real chasing pack which is bunching its way
91.
up in behind him, and it's that kind of bunchery that Robert will be more than happy with.
140. Colin, you require 170. $96. $135. Colin, you require
74 to level up.
74.
Much better leg than the last, it has to be said, although that wasn't really too difficult. Double 16 for 74.
Game shot on his second
In
leg.
we go, 14
Colin
darts.
Osborne.
Osborne breaks back. The damage has been undone. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $46. $96. $125.
Landman scooped £20,000 in prize money for reaching the final of Lakeside just a month ago. Well, if all goes well for him this week, in just over a month's time, he might be coming back here to try and scoop another £20,000. £20,000.
59.
The prize fund available for winning a series here at the Super Series. The weekly winners get £5,000.
70.
So it could be quite a nice couple of months here for Landman.
Well, Luke Little had picked up 50k for the Super Series in 2023. Osborne has to think through his options here. He's now on 211. That second down the job on 19 makes life so much easier. He's sub 135, Landman 155 for the break.
$90. Colin, you require 135.
But it should be 25 first. Oh, even better, finds the bullseye.
73.
So Landman returns to 2-1, and this would be a third break in succession. 49 left. Now Tops left.
25.
But this time he pitches
Colin,
it too high as
62.
opposed to too low. Tots or Osborne. The target Landman has just missed is the one that Osborne hits. 2-1 to the Wizard.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $125.
Well, in a big Middlesbrough fan, they've got an interesting game at the weekend in the FA Cup against Aston Villa of all teams.
55.
High-flying Aston Villa, I think you should have put in there first.
59.
Second in the Premier League.
Not a bad year, is it? It's not bad. Even better when the Europa Conference.
60.
What, the UEFA equivalent of the EFL trophy?
108.
As Landman lands a max. Tell you what though, laboured to that win against Burnley the other day. They got EFL Cup
60.
semi-final to look forward to Middlesbrough. They got two-legged tie against Chelsea. Not that Duz is going to mention it at all in the next few days or so.
$180. Chris, you
Release him on a
40.
finish. Landman's had no joy on Tops today until there.
Chris Landman.
Back to 2-2. It's his favourite double, but he has had no fun on that whatsoever. There's been a lot of darts on that target. They've just pitched low.
Game on. $44. 85. $140.
Osborne's starting to find that first dart, and you might not think it matters
59.
which dart is the more positive one, but it does. When you get in with that first dart, it sort of settles you down for the rest of the shots. When you're finding it with the last dart in hand, you feel like you're stretched. You feel like you're just clutching at the shots rather than being in control. And it's a good sign here for Osborne moving forward.
60.
He's taken the running in this leg to move himself 3-2 to the good.
$134.
Lead himself 60, give himself a couple of darts. Tops upon his return, Colin Osborne. Been an off leg at the worst possible time this for
95.
Chris Landman, and it presents Osborne the opportunity on 60 to move 3-2 in front. Tops it is. Level 10. Doesn't want to go inside with this dart.
100. Colin, you require 20.
3 darts in hand for Colin Osborne to put himself a leg away. You have to burn one of those. He's not even going to get to use all 3. A mess from Colin Osborne. And the punishment could be dished out.
On the 5th leg, Chris
Squeezes
Landman.
it into the bottom corner from absolutely nowhere. Chris Landman steals the leg at the most crucial point. He now is throwing first for the match.
That'll feel like a stomach puncher for Colin Osborne.
55.
But it's only a 55 start for Landman. And I wonder whether that one to the Lakeside final for Chris kind of just put him back of the subconscious of
97
darts fans, because he made that final on the Pro Tour, didn't he? He lost off to Krzysztof Ratajski, but hadn't really done much since. Turns out to the Lakeside, yes, he was seeded highly, but perhaps was going under the radar a little bit. But that run to the finals just put his name back in the minds of people for things once more.
180.
Quality response from Colin Osborne. It's so easy to get knocked down and stay down, but as we mentioned, the resilience of Colin Osborne, better than it has ever been, in my opinion.
$60.
But that's a dry turn. It leaves on 164, but it's punishable with a couple of trebles.
140.
Couple of trebles that are found.
Colin, you require 164.
And considering Landman took out a 102 in the previous, this 164 might have to go. It doesn't go. So 106 for Landman to land the points.
Chris, you require 106. $74. Colin, you require
to take
64.
us all the way. And Landman is back on a double for the match. He's going to get 2 in his hand at tops.
Game shot.
He only needs the 1. He breaks back in 14, and we go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne's throw, Osborne's darts. A game which is seesawed in one direction and then the other.
85.
Huge last start there from Colin Osborne. But here comes Landman.
140.
This is where you want to try and put in a big front 9 exchange.
$60.
6 starts of Colin Osborne only equate to the 3 thrown so far of Landman, which
60.
would have given Landman the big advantage there should he have found a treble. But in this situation, finding the treble becomes harder and harder with each visit.
140. $85.
The grand old stage. The grand old manor. The darting mecca. Where dreams are made and dreams are dashed. Where hope may turn eternal into glory or into despair.
81.
Osborne
Colin,
the wizard looking to pull a
76.
rabbit out of the hat. Not quite been able to weave his magic wand in this game. But has he got one final? Big dart in hand, a double 16 to win the match 4-3. And that could be a seismic result because it means that he has a positive ratio for the day at the end of the third round of fixtures. He beats Landman in the last leg decider by 4-3. The Wizard's successful, and he has a chat with Jack Garwood about the events of what's just happened. A 4-3 victory for Colin Osborne against Chris Landman. We're going to take a short break, and upon our return, Whitehead and Pilgrim could well be electrifying.
Welcome back. Well, we've seen all the players play 3 times already on the return to the Super Series in 2024, and the results on the screen now. Matthew Edgar alongside me. Whose results really stand out for you there?
The story of the day so far, Karon for me. Absolutely incredible performances. Beating Daryl Pilgrim, who was a 1-6 favourite in that game. Beating a former Super Series champion here in Conan Whitehead, and not just beating him. 4-0, a demolition job. And when we look at the stats and the averages and the data and everything we know about Jerome coming into this, I can't find a single average over 90 for him. And I feared for him. I look at this group and I thought, I would not be surprised if he lost all 10 games. But he's come to life on this stage and he's really finding either the adrenaline, the preparation, whatever extra he's finding here is working really well for him. And so far, for me, he's the big story of the day.
Yeah, no surprise, though, for Robert Thornton winning all 3 of his matches. So often during these weeks he does this, he plays really well and then somehow doesn't get over the line on a Saturday. But again, Robert Thornton is signalling his intentions.
I think this is the perfect week for Robert Thornton to be playing here at the Super Series because we normally have this Group A over 3 days, which means more darts, and sometimes he's then fell into a Group B or C campaign. He's now 56 years old. We can't underestimate that fact. And we do see him sort of break down either physically or mentally. He gets on his own back mentally and physically. It's a demanding task to play here at the Super Series. I think this being a 2-dayer is actually going to be a benefit for him. And if he can get out of this group and win this group after just 2 days of play and have 2 days off, this is going to be the freshest Robert Thornton we've ever seen going into a Saturday night. And I think that could be a really big telling factor.
Yeah, and as you've been saying, getting off to a flying start in this group's more important than ever, with it just being 2 days. We're going to show you the table for the first time this week, and as you can see, Robert Thornton has won all his matches. He's amassed 6 points already. Conan Whitehead hasn't won any. Are we already starting to think that it might be a bridge too far for him to top this group, and he might have to pitch his tent elsewhere this week?
In the standard Group A, you can lose those 3 games. You know you've got time ahead of you, not here. It's the same sort of time frame as a Group C, except we've only got 1 place rather than 2. So for Conan Whitehead, he's got to now look at where would he rather be. Obviously, Group B, mathematically a better opportunity. 3 players go through from the 5. So for Conan Whitehead, 2nd and 3rd place has to be the target from here. But I do believe, even at this early stage, winning this group is probably gone for him now.
Yeah, and he's going to be back on stage next. He's taking on Daryl Pilgrim. What have you made of his start?
Disappointing. Daryl Pilgrim was the favourite to win this group. He was the favourite to win the week. He had the biggest average of anybody in the world recorded stats last year. He came here, we're looking ahead, we're thinking he's probably going to come here, do really well, go to Q School, maybe get a card. Who knows what we're going to see over the next week or so of Daryl Pilgrim. All of a sudden, we've now got questions and question marks, but we've got a good couple of days now to get answers to those questions. But where is the former Daryl Pilgrim? Because he's not brought it here yet.
Well, can the tide turn for one of them? We will find out. Matthew Edgar is going to head back to comms to join Henry Deacon to talk you through this one, a meeting between Whitehead and Pilgrim.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And when we got underway this morning, these were 2 of the top 3 in terms of the betting to go on and win the group. And not just that, but to go on and win the week as well. But for Whitehead and Pilgrim, it's been a day where heads have kind of been somewhat scratched. The former champion Whitehead, who I think plenty of people thought that the 4-1 value on him was maybe
first leg,
a little bit
Conan
handsome.
First.
Well,
game on.
It's just not gone to plan. There's for Daryl Pilgrim. The performance levels have been there at times, but maybe the timing and key moments have been off. He's been blighted by missed doubles.
83.
And it's just began to sift into his demeanour somewhat. There's the air of a frustrated man.
54.
And as Matt was saying in the studio with Chris, because it's shorter, everything gets magnified, and as a consequence, it could be easier for that P word, panic, to set in. But these 2 are far too experienced to panic, aren't they?
I don't know
60.
if there's ever any level of experience you can get that will ever eliminate panic. When you talk about
81
players like the 16-time world champion Phil Taylor still talked about the butterflies you'd get before a game. I think the only people that don't panic is the opposite end of the spectrum. I think it's inexperience
100
that causes the lack of panic, because you don't have that sort of negative experience, that scar tissue. Case in point, Luke Littler, who's
137.
blowing everyone away at the moment at the World Championships. Went to that quarter-final game with Brendan Dolan. Both of them have never got beyond that round before.
134.
Brendan Dolan's had so many attempts to get past that point.
Whitehead attempts the 106, double 18.
Shot on the first leg.
But tongue topper to start for Conan, his first of the day. He leads Pilgrim by a leg to nil.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Welcome to 2024, Conan Whitehead. We might be about to welcome Daryl Pilgrim as well, and if that is the case, we're going to have one almighty game here.
100.
Do you think these 2 players at the style and the way they play perhaps will suit each other, and as a consequence may bring the best out of each other?
Yeah, I think with this group, we've had
96.
quite a lot of respect. Potentially too much respect for each other in terms of the players and what they're expecting
11.
from each other. But when you've been in that situation and you find yourself towards the bottom of the table, that almost goes out the window. you get your back up a bit. You think, right, I'm not having this no more.
56.
When you first start making those TV appearances and you have that
95.
little bit of fear about making yourself look silly, and then actually if it doesn't start well, you think, oh, it's not as bad as I thought it'd be. It's the unknown that is more feared than the actual reality of it.
93. $140.
Just
Darryl,
keeps
you
himself
require
in contention.
131.
131 for Pilgrim to level this game up at 1 apiece. He would have been the type of player to have gone 51 tops as well.
55.
What
Karon,
can
you
Conan
require
do with a 155? This would be for a break and a 2-0 lead. You probably would have seen Pilgrim's head
94.
sink as well, because that
Darryl, you
would
require
have felt
76.
like another thing being chipped away at him. 2 8s for 1-1.
72. Conan, you require 61.
But this is a proper chance of Whitehead. 2 in hand, a double 18.
Game
For
shot on the
2-0, and that'll be a
second leg,
sickener to
Whitehead.
Pilgrim. The leg that Mr. P should have had in his
Third
back
leg, it's
pocket.
Conan to throw first.
But it is
Game on.
Whitehead who now has full control, full command of this match.
140.
And he knows it and he shows it.
Well,
98.
we might be changing him from Mr. P to maybe a different Mr. There was a Mr. Angry, wasn't there, in the Mr. Men?
26.
Mr. Grumpy, which he might be later if he's towards the bottom end of the table. Mr. Worry. His head might be going a bit Mr. Dizzy.
97.
Go on then, Matt. If I was a Mr. Man character, what would I be?
$140.
Mr. Chatterbox.
$95.
I think I'd call you Mr. Silly.
Oh, thank you very much.
That is a compliment, by the way. We've all got to have a bit of fun every now and then.
59.
And it's always fun spending time with you, Matthew.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, Whitehead leads himself 1-3-6 to open up a 3-0 lead, and
Conan, you require
Pilgrim just looks like
136.
he's combusting on the back of the previous leg.
$39. Darryl, you require
He
152.
needs to find something inspired. But the 152 is not going to be exactly that.
65. Conan, you require 97.
Oh, double 19 for double
Game shot on
top.
the
That is
third leg.
superb
Conan
for
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead. A double-double to treble his lead. He's 3-0 up. And Darryl Pilgrim
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
looks aghast.
Game on.
When you're in this position as Darryl Pilgrim, you just want the day to be finished. You think, get this done, and then we'll crack on with the rest of the week. One of those things where it just
60.
feels like things are going wrong. The signal to the board there is purely at the basis that those first 2 darts were sat perfectly on the top wire, expected the last one to go in, but at the same
100.
time, disappointed that 2 well-thrown darts just sitting on that top wire.
There's a possibility that Darryl Pilgrim could be playing in Group C.
I would say there's a strong possibility of that if he doesn't
140.
start picking up results very quickly. In a 3-day Group A campaign, absolutely, he's got time to turn it round. Not here.
And when you look ahead, there's just
130.
quality opposition after quality opposition. His last game that he will play today will be against Colin Osborne, and he will not have the throw.
Is it going to be a case of,
180.
as he hits a max there to leave himself first to a finish, that maybe just a good night's sleep may just see a change in Dowell?
Or maybe just the day's play today will be the
100.
thing. It might not be
Darryl,
what he
you
does away
require
from here. It might be the fact that he's doing this here that could really set him up. We don't know how much darts he's been playing over the festive period. And when you think
65.
all those events such as the Challenge Tours, they all shut down nearly 3 months ago now. How much top-level darts have the players been playing? Then if you
94.
incorporate
Darryl, you
maybe
require 56.
a lower practice regime to spend time with the family over the festivities,
38.
this is a chance for Conan Whitehead to win the match and to get that leg difference back in his favour a little bit, because he did take a big 4-0 defeat.
54. Darryl, you require 18.
He went double-double again, that time on the 18s. Now Pilgrim double 9. His fallibility on the doubles continues. 2 4s.
Game shot on the 4
Gets
flag.
there in the
Darryl
end.
Pilgrim.
Back to 3-1. There is a ironic thumbs up to the skies. But Whitehead now throws
Fifth
for the
flag,
match.
it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
It's the teeth. Minimum requirement done.
100.
He will feel he wanted more due to that reaction. You got the throw, just hit that treble a throw. Force your opponent into the 12.
58. $125.
Case of just not panicking, enjoying the battle, enjoying the tussle.
140. $58.
Well, 3 left. Pilgrim will start on the 19s. Because that 1-3-3 leads them on the fish.
133.
The frustration palpable from the face of
45.
Conan Whitehead.
Darryl, you require
Because that dry
170.
turn means that Pilgrim doesn't have to take it out this turn. He might do. We'll never know whether he would ever contemplate the ball last dart in
98.
hand. But he's left himself on 72 to bring this game back to 3-2. Remember, Conan Whitehead had put himself 3-0 up in the match. He may well be pegged back to 3-2.
43. Darryl, you require 72.
It's going to be a dart, a double top.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
And if
Darryl
something
Pilgrim.
has come to Darryl Pilgrim's aid, has been last dart in hand. He's found it again there. He calls it back
Sixth
to
flag, it's Darryl
3-2.
to throw first. Game on.
If pictures could say 1,000 words, Coat.
$60.
Good character here from Pilgrim. Not just rolling over and having done with it and waiting for another day.
121.
Even at 3-0 down, believes he can get back into this, and we should know that a game's never over. Sass Chris Dobie, 4-0 up yesterday against Rob Cross, ended up losing the match.
125.
Yeah, that was an incredible match at the Alexandra Palace yesterday. Tonight,
108.
Luke Littler up against Rob Cross and Scott Williams against Luke Humphreys for a place in the World Championship final. The big night where the trophy is dished out and the
99.
pyrotechnics reign. Oh, he's done well to find the treble last start there, with one pitched above and one pitched below. Pilgrim pulled off the mini bite back, but Whitehead here, a ton to complete the job. It'll be his first victory of the group. One more at tops is all he needs, and the former champion is on the board. Finally, it's a win for Whitehead as he gets the better of Darryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2, and a little bit of a smile to the camera as well, in probably relief as well as celebration. But for Darryl Pilgrim, the woes continue for him. As for Karon, well, it was a big up in the performance. 2-ton-plus finishes in a 4-2 victory, 92.48 the average. 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing. He was absolutely immaculate there for Pilgrim. Well, that trouble on the outer ring has continued for him, and that is what's been plaguing him on this Tuesday in Group A. Well, coming up after the break, it's Chris Landman in action up against Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Robert Thornton is looking to carry on a perfect start to 2024. The Thorn in fine form. 3 wins from 3 so far for the Scotsman. Started with a 4-3 win against Colin Osborne, then beat Darryl Pilgrim 4-1 before a 4-2 success against Conan Whitehead. And now he faces a Dutchman, Chris Landman, to try and make it 4 from 4. Can he do it? We will find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Chris. Robert Thornton has kick-started his year in perfect aplomb, and not even that right hand, which is seemingly giving him some irks and some troubles, has been able to stop him.
Game on.
He's been the thorn on everybody's side. But Chris Landman had been showing signs He's
81.
lost 2 of his 3 matches, but he's lost both of them by the margin of 4 legs to 3. He has been competitive, if not victorious today.
60.
I think you've got to remember now as
57.
well with Chris Landman is he's now got a little bit of attention. He's now got a little bit of
96.
eyes on him because of the back of that run at the WDF World Championship. He's going to be expected to be a bit of a flag bearer for that brand
140.
now in terms of the performances he puts forward. Because those 2 finalists do become that role. They become the measuring stick of the
100.
brand. And he starts coming out to these tournaments and losing regularly and not posting those
135.
performances. It kind of impacts negatively on that event.
Isn't this the fun thing about darts in the modern day? He's a WDF World
105.
Championship runner-up, but he's
Pressure
playing today
required,
under the
88.
ADC Europe umbrella as a qualifier from their system. It's the bullseye for Landman.
56. Robert, you require 140.
Doesn't go, and so Thornton, the World Seniors Champion, wants double 10 for 140 out.
120.
Doesn't
Pressure
go, and
required,
so Landman
32.
returns. Double 16 in hand. And he has
Shot
it
on
in
the
hand, and
first
he leads
leg,
1-0.
Chris Landman.
I suppose Chris will be disappointed the
Second
fact
leg,
that
it's Robert to throw
Australian
first.
Open, the Platinum
Game
Invitational
on.
event has been cancelled, because you would have thought that he would have been high up on the list of picks for the WDF to go and play in that
60.
particular competition, to go and play in that particular tournament, having lost out to Andy Bartons in the final.
40.
I think it's the world champion of the world #1, so they get an automatic invitation, and then the rest are given out, aren't they, as direct invites by the organisers.
45.
See, for me, I'm okay with the event being off as long as we get the World Masters back. I think that is vital that the World Masters need to
100.
return to the calendar in 24.
You qualified for the World Masters, haven't you, by winning Iceland?
Twice. Got 2 spots in it. I don't know if they'll give me 2 chances,
60.
but they should do. I should be able to lose and then go again.
So if you get 2 chances, how many goes does Andy Bartons get?
100.
Imagine getting 2 chances and drawing yourself. Get by.
Yeah, but you spurn one of those chances automatically.
At least I'm in the second round.
Do you know who else has qualified for the World Masters? Robert Thornton can play at the World Masters. Glenn Drummond can play at the World
9.
Masters. Because the new rule from the WDF is that any former champion of the World Masters or World Championship in the WDF
60.
system can play at the World Masters. They qualify for life. That was the rule that was brought in 2022.
83.
Interesting thoughts.
105.
You know what'll happen now I've said that? They're going to change the rules for this year. But that was the case in 2022 when they moved the tournament to Holland.
84. Chris, you require 96. 56. Robert, you require 160.
Threatened the 140 in the last leg. What can he do with the 160? He's going to give himself a dart at tops.
120.
But it flies above the radar.
Chris, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on a
Bound
second
for the
leg.
break, and
Chris
it's
Landman.
2-0 to Landman.
There was a
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
massive adjustment
Game
there
on.
from Robert Thornton. When you look at the difference between the treble to the double, it's not that much of a distance in terms of space, but Robert Thornton really stood to attention. He
57.
really raised the chin going for that tops and really grew in stature. I'm not surprised to see him completely over pitch it over the top of the double
100.
there. Robert Thornton, who has yet to taste defeat so far today.
100.
Certainly been boxed into the corner here by Chris Landman.
131.
His two treble hitting today, Landman, has been superb. But back comes Thornton.
140. Chris, you require 130.
Needed a max to leave a finish. That's why he's disappointed that the last dart didn't go in, because he's just handed Chris Landman a guaranteed 6 darts to convert the 130. And he
90.
uses the first 3 perfectly. He's himself single, double for the leg. A leg that would put him a leg away
57.
from the match.
Chris, you require 40.
Tops after 12.
Game shot on
And
the third
found
leg.
with dart
Chris
13.
Landman.
And Chris Landman is a leg away. Thornton throws his hands into the air in sheer frustration.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
His perfect day may
Game
well be
on.
ousted by the countryman.
$81.
If he completes the card today, he would have really fancied his chances to then have gone on and won the group.
85.
And the thing is, Thornton could have actually done something that no player's ever done before. He could have become the first player to have gone through a Group A without defeat, which would be easier when you got 10 games as opposed to 15.
65.
Don't let the context spoil the narrative.
85. 28.
In trouble. The performance not been there yet for the Thorn, and Landman
140.
is more than doing his job. Average goes over the 90 mark. Thornton down in the 70s.
61.
It's not going to make him feel any better. Despite throwing first, he's 70 points behind on the scoreboard, plus these from Landman. Not use the ball.
100.
Well, Thornton finds a treble. But is it going to be insurmountable?
96.
Because
Chris, you
Landman
require
here to
91.
inflict a first defeat on the Thorn. Looking at 91.
51.
He has to take the fish out.
Robert, you require
It's as simple as that.
170.
He's not going to. Landman's back for tops.
60. Chris, you require 40. 20. Robert, you require 110.
Found that awkward to try and find a route through, but he's going to get another shot. A poor dart for Thornton. Takes away his opportunity to take out the 110. Meets these next 2 darts are ineffective. The preparation for Landman begins now.
28. Chris, you require
20 points away from the points.
Double 10.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Chris is the
Landman.
first man to land defeat upon Robert Thornton. A 4-0 success for the countryman against the Scotsman. It was a superb performance there. An average in the end of 85-89. 4 out of 11 when it came to the finishing. It was a subpar performance from Robert Thornton, who tastes defeat for the first time in Group A. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Karon in action up against Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton has just been beaten for the first time 4-0. He was defeated by Chris Landman, and that means that the race is well and truly on to join or even overtake the Thorn at the top of the table. The next two players in action, Colin Osborne and Karon, the man in your screen right now, have both got 4 points and can climb to the summit of the Super Series Group A table if they get a victory here by the right margin. Big game then, maybe unexpectedly so as well. It was all looking good for Thornton. Will he be replaced at the top? We will find out. And guiding you through this one, it's back to Henry and Matthew.
Thank you very much, Chris. But I suppose 2023 was the year for sporting outsiders to overachieve. Have a look at Aston Villa and Bayer Leverkusen in the football, for example. But Karon came here maybe not with much expectation with the punters. It was a 40-1 outsider, not just to win Group A, but to win the week as a general. But he has certainly showed his credentials here in this Group A so far. He takes on Colin Osborne, who has just been so solidifyingly wizard-like over the last few games or so. Kicked off with a 96 average. That was in defeat to Robert Thornton. That quickly followed by a 4-3 success against Karon Whitehead, averaging 87. And then the same average in a 4-3 success against Chris Landman, a game that was tiptoeing one way then t'other.
$140.
Kicks off 140. It'd be interesting to see how the odds compilers have reacted to Jeroen, and they brought him in a little bit, but not much. 2-1 compared to the 4-2-11, shall I say, of Colin Osborne.
80.
That's still too big, way too big, even when it's been bought in somewhat.
I would argue that the best value is in the last fixture of the day. Jerome Karon taking on Robert Thornton, currently available at odds around about 5-2. We've just seen Robert Thornton start to regress, and we see this quite a lot here at the Super Series towards the back of the days with Robert Thornton, who sort of struggles with the longevity of a full day. And I think that potentially could be value in the last game. A lot to like about Jeroen here on debut.
76.
He came through a qualifier and beat Chris Landman. Chris Landman only came through the order of merit to win through that particular qualifier. Had their first big competition as well over Christmas, didn't they? The Benelux Open, which we'll talk a little bit more about in due course. But first and foremost, Karon has left himself 1-4-5 after 9. And he has got 6 darts from this particular point to mop up the opening leg.
95. $100. Jeroen, you require 50.
Well, Conan Whitehead would go straight for the bull here. But Jeroen is a man of more convention. And he loves double top, and he's pinned it again. That really has been his go-to double, and it really has come up trumps.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Well, I mentioned the first ever ADC Benelux Masters, their first major event in the European region over the Christmas period. And
97.
we need to send our congratulations to Gilbert van der Meijden, who became the champion of that competition. He'll be playing here at the Super Series in due course. The top 4 players
78.
won invites through to the Super Series. And one player who's made his way through, and I really like the look of last time he was here. I think there's a real player in him. Jeroen Miok, qualified for Champions Week. He can play.
Well, if you're winning a week here, you must have something about you, because you don't stumble through this format. You can't just have a good day or a good run.
99.
You've got to be consistent over a period of time.
Became a little bit of a favourite here at the Super Series over those 2 weeks he was here.
101.
Also qualifying, Wesley Plazier, the World Masters champ. Mind you, it won't be for
60.
much longer when you pick that title up in 2024.
Where do I have to put it back down again, though, once I pick it up? Or am I handing it to the winner?
100.
Well, Osborne really has taken the ascendancy in this leg. Karon has not really got going at all.
100. Colin, you require 68.
He'll feel like he's got 6 and 68. Can he mop it up in 3?
Game shot
Yes,
on
is the
second
answer.
leg. Colin
Doesn't allow
Osborne.
Karon the opportunity at the 164. 1-1.
I just wanted to point out as well that the
Third
tops there
leg,
did
it's Jeroen to throw
Colin
first.
Osborne. Often that's a sign
on.
of going, there you are. Maybe signalling that he doesn't feel too comfortable on the doubles today. Which, when actually we cast our eye across the day, it's not been too bad. 3 from 6, 4 from 13,
55.
and 4 from 11.
Here's been efficiency with a capital E.
140. $100.
Jack Garwood, our referee today. Refereeing all the matches this week.
90.
There he is. He's had a busy time over the world. He's been broadcasting. I think that's the word, isn't it? When you podcast with a video.
60.
Yeah, I'm not into technical terms.
$85.
All the big opinions over the World Championships. Now calling out the big
96.
scores here at the Super Series. Jack Garwood. He was a happy man last night after his beloved Liverpool won.
$135.
So 51 for Osborne. Threatening the break of throw on Karon and for 2-1 lead.
60. Colin, you require 51.
Tops.
11. Jeroen, you
Caught
require
the
130.
material on the way through there. Allow the dart to fully drop into the board. This is on. It's a dart at 555.
125.
Not scared of a big finish. He's already gave
Colin,
us a
you
couple
require
already
40.
today. Colin Osborne would have been heart in mouth.
$20. Jeroen, you require 5.
But now the missed doubles are coming to play. Osborne knows that's opportunity missed.
Game shot
And
on the
Jeroen
third leg. Jeroen
capitalises.
Karon.
2-1. The Belgian leads.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Think about the Belgians that could
60.
be here at the Super Series. We could have quite a number of them in 2024. As you say, the Belgians are coming. Brian McMahon, we don't know where he's at. He's saying that he's in a better place now. He's had the surgery he needed after losing his tour card. He's going to be
100.
very much going for a tour card this year. But if not, no doubt he'll be here. Andy Bartons, I think Bartons wins a tour card. I've got no doubt about that. But again, another potential option.
121.
Player we saw here before, but we haven't seen since. Kenny Nayans, potentially as well, could be back in the fold. There could be a real potential here for Belgium at the Super
100.
Series in 2024.
when you think about the sheer amount of players that are playing over there, I saw a local event attended by 920 players.
70.
With that in mind, there's got to be some unearthed gems in that lineup somewhere.
$180.
He's building up a head of steam. His average moves to just under 94. Where he took advantage.
Jeroen, you require 121.
Of Osborne's mistake in the last is Jeroen. And he has ran with it in this. He's threatening the break in a 3-1 lead. Not going to have a go at the ball. And now he hopes
51.
that Osborne doesn't
Colin,
take out the 1-2-5. Should be bullseye first. Bull. Treble 17, just to ruin the illusion.
85.
There is that danger, especially
Jeroen,
with how the
requires
dart was sat in the
70.
board, that it hit the ball if it was going for the 25.
If he pins this, he'll throw for the match. And
Game shot on
throw
the
for the
fourth
match,
flag,
Jeroen Karon
Jeroen
real.
Karon.
He leads Colin Osborne by 3-1. The obscure outsider at the beginning of the day
Fifth
is
flag,
beginning
it's
to
Jeroen
pick
to throw
apart the
first.
opposition like
Game on.
cherries on a line.
What a story. What a performance.
84.
Complete outsider in this group. He's won 4-0 against Whitehead earlier on today.
24.
Won 2 out of his 3, and he's on course here for a 3rd win from 4. Even included a victory over the big bookies' favourite to win the
42.
week in Darrell Pilgrim, the man of 2023.
The Oscar Parlors have been given a bit of a bashing today, haven't they?
95.
Need some coupon busters. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series in the United Kingdom, it is 18+BGambleAware.org. If you're tuning into us for around the world, then please make sure you
140.
check with your local authorities as to the gambling rules.
$100.
There are plenty of you tuning in around the world. If you are tuning in from outside the United Kingdom, then do tweet us at MSS Darts. We'd like to know where you're tuning in from, or if you are tuning in from the UK, tell us where you are tuning in from the UK. Just tell us where you're watching us from. We like to keep interactive with our viewers here at the MODUS Super Series. You could do that by tweeting us. The handle that you need is at MSS Darts.
64. Colin, you require 142.
The last 6 starts here from Karon have caused him a bit of problems and drama. And it's double 16 for Colin Osborne. A 1-4-2 finish.
126.
And there's the frustration again from Osborne.
128.
It was almost like he didn't know what he wanted after hitting the bullseye.
Jerome knows what he wants now. He wants the bullseye for the match.
103.
And it wasn't too far away
Colin, you
either. And
require
so Osborne
16.
returns for double 8 to break the throw, to bring it back to 3-2, having Karon already missed a dart and an opportunity to complete the job. And Osborne makes no mistake. Back we go to 3-2. The game returns to throw with Jeroen Karon missing a dart at the bullseye.
Sixth
for
flag,
the
it's Colin to
match.
throw first. Game on.
I'm going to question whether Jeroen Caron's wearing a mask today. because I've never seen his facial expression change, whether he does something good, whether he does something bad. We've seen him
66.
take out a 1-4-4. We've seen him mismatch darts. The facial expression is just blank. Real good quality
60.
to have. It would be one of those players that would be so hard to play because you're just going to get nothing from them other than that blank expression, which is often portrayed in a
83.
element of confidence.
As Blur famously said, confidence is a preference in the habitual voyeur, which is known
58.
as dark life. And look, if we're going to go on a bit of a
45.
tangent, well, we want all the people, so many people to fill up the seats that'll be here every single Saturday night in 2024. I need to make sure I get the year right because I made a mistake yesterday saying 2023. Scan that QR code, sends you to a website called dartshop.tv. And from there, you can purchase your ticket for every single Saturday night. Doesn't have to be any specific one. Why don't you come down and join us for a night of darting entertainment here under the roof in Portsmouth? It's a small booking fee, just a couple of quid. And we do have some vouchers and
11.
some offers for you as well once you're inside the building. So do join us here at the Super Series for a Saturday night full of delight. And you never know, you might get a selfie with Matthew Edgar.
140.
But we wanted people to come down.
$41.
Just to put you in terms of dates for your diary, if you do want to come to Champions Week, which is our big red ribbon event, that is on Saturday, the 17th of February. As Karon sets fourth now, wanting 46 for the match and a third win.
137. Jeroen, you require 46.
The ultimate fairy tale is taking place at Ali Pali. Luke Littler into the semi-final of the World Championship. We're having our own fairy tale here at the Super Series.
6.
Colin Osborne was watching on through his glass at the back of the stage, thinking the fairy tale run here from Karon on debut was going to continue. It may still do so. Once again today, that first start spurning the opportunity of a big finish.
40.
Karon, 3
Jeroen,
more
you
darts
require
for
40.
his third win of the day.
Tops, and he's been so good on this today. It's a carry-on for Karon. The wins just keep coming. He gets the better of Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 2. That's his latest scalp, his latest victim. And JC is flying. As for Colin Osborne, the spurt that he put on towards the middle portion of the day had just come to a grinding halt. Karon with an 84.5 average, 4 out of 11 when it came to the finishing, including that 70 checkout in there as well. Just had that little bit too much for Colin Osborne. Missed opportunities there for him. 2 out of 10 when it came to the doubles. And so we reach the final round of the day. And we will kickstart that with Chris Landman against Conan Whitehead. Big game for both to see where they position themselves following day one.
Welcome back. 3 games to go on Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series. We're in full swing now, aren't we? And Chris Landman and Karon Whitehead are about to do battle in their last outings of the day. Whitehead only won 1 from 4. Doesn't really take much care of his practice starts. Does he? Look at him slinging those. I hope he doesn't play like that in the game, or it could be an easy day for Chris Landman, who himself has got a couple of victories, and if he wins this one, will go joint top of the table with Robert Thornton and Jeroen Karon, although he won't stay there because the Thorn and Karon meet in the last match of the session. Well, a bit of Dennis Smith about this type of throw from Karon Whitehead. Is he going to try something new in this match? I don't think so, but we will find out. Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar standing by to talk you through it.
Well, at least those last 3 darts for Karon Whitehead would have been legal darts. We're going for a bit of Nathan Derry now, I think, with the wide outside. But at least they leave their overarm, unlike the first ones.
To throw first.
Dart must be thrown in an overarm and deliberate fashion for it to count. But that was very little care over the practice darts. I can tell you another player who used to do that quite regularly. That was Scott Williams. If you remember what Scott Williams used to do, who is playing in our World Championship semi-final this evening. He used to throw 3 darts, and then his second 3, he used to hold all 3 darts in the hand and throw them all at the same time.
Used to, well, aim in the loosest term at the bullseye, didn't he?
But he just chucked all 3 in the board. He just didn't want the extra throw. It's like, let's get on with it and chuck them in the board.
100.
Suppose they've
135.
played 4 games on the stage. They've been practicing all day. Thinks what benefits 1 extra throw going to do? It just prepares 60. The mind more than anything. Breaks that psychological detachment between what's practice darts and
134
match darts.
60. Chris, you require 32.
Double 16 for 1-0 lead for Chris Landman. Got the time that he wants,
on the first leg,
and he sinks
Chris
the double
Landman.
16 to put himself 1 in front.
Karon just wants to get on with this.
Second leg, it's Karon to throw first. Game on.
Stood at the hockey, he's waiting to go, he's waiting for the call. There's a very small
60.
delay in between legs.
$100.
Well, away from the darts, Karon is a fan of the non-league football club, Welling United.
94.
Nicknamed the Wings. Playing in the National League South. They've not had a good time of it, though, this season. Find themselves in the relegation zone alongside Eastbourne Borough, Dover Athletic and Haventon Waterlooville.
100.
I always think that's a bit unfair as well. Like teams having to play 2 teams at the same time. Have to play Havant and Waterlooville.
123.
But do you remember that fixture, Dagenham and Redbridge against Haventon Waterlooville?
Full pitch, isn't it? Was that 44 players? Could be 0-0.
Knowing Haventon Waterlooville, probably, yes.
57. Chris, you require 98.
So, for 2-0 lead in the break of throw, Landman's got 6 on 98. It's going to be double 12. He finds a double 12, and that is a 12-darter for Chris Landman. 115.62 is the average. What could well be the halfway stage of the match, and he has left Karon Whitehead spinning amidst the surface. And he's continuing, and continuing, and continuing. And you know that we were talking about Daryl Pilgrim and all the records that he broke in 2023. Well, let me tell you now, the average for Landman stands at 122.28, and it continues to rise as he heads towards a 9.
140.
He went 5 deep. But Whitehead's hopes are now in a skip heap.
40.
123 is the average. It's not now.
60.
I was going to say before that visit, what would he have to do to break Daryl Pilgrim territory?
60. Chris, you require 121.
This could be one of the quickest games of the day. You always get that vibe though when Landman's playing
36.
Because he's a very quick thrower and he's also very good. Good combination for quick fixtures. Karon Whitehead has yet to really sort of settle or engage with this match, but he now starts to make a bit of a move.
The ball for 3-0. This is superb from Chris Landman. This is a perfectly polished performance to end his day. And Karon Whitehead, if he doesn't laugh, he's going to cry.
Game on. $85.
I'd just like to see a bit more focus here from Karon Whitehead because you've got to call it what it is, and it's been poor in terms of
97.
the attitude that he's brought on the stage, throwing away the practice darts, standing waiting at the hockey to throw when he knows that delay's in place. He's got the experience
58.
here at the Super Series. He's won a series here before. He knows the routines here. He seemed very disconnected with this game. You see how just loops straight back to the hockey. It's as if he feels he's going to lose this game and he just wants to get back off the stage and
134.
get back here for tomorrow.
But let's throw it the other way round and heap and lavish the praise on Chris Landman. The average is in excess of 111.
100.
It dips down a point because of a solitary ton visit. It's been a superb performance from the countryman to end
60.
his day. Whitehead could be on the back of 4-0 defeats to bookend his day if this goes. And the way he's playing, the mood he's in, you expected the Treble 18 to follow suit.
132. Karon, you require
He's double
164.
16 after 12. Whitehead's not going to take the 164. And Landman comes back to round off
96.
an immaculate display.
Chris, you require 32. $24.
But it's not done yet.
Karon, you require 68.
Looks like he's going to miss nothing throughout the game, then misses 3 darts for it, but Whitehead saves the situation and saves the leg.
Karon Whitehead.
Are we going to now start to see that focus and steeliness come
Fifth
back
leg,
into the
Chris
game
to
for
throw
Whitehead?
first. Game
Who
on.
Shaking his head despite the fact picking up the win.
Oh, let's not make any bones about this. Karon will
82.
be bitterly disappointed with today. He had high expectations going into this week and going into this group in particular. And the return that he's got out of today,
60.
he will be livid with.
But that's today. You said the key word there, this week. Week's
85.
a long time in this sport, and this is just one day. Can't win it today, you can't lose it today. Still got a whole other group if he doesn't get through this one.
94.
Just a reminder, if you are new to us here at the Super Series, you may be tuning in for the first time. Group
50.
C will take place in an afternoon session, a round robin on Thursday and Friday afternoon. 1 o'clock is the kickoff time. And then 10 p.m. we begin our
85.
transmission, shall I say, for Group B darts, which is a 5-player field. We play 10 matches late at night.
100.
Your darting delight. And then Saturday night, 7:30 will be the date for your diary for our grand finals. And if Landman plays in this type of form, you feel like he's got every chance of being there.
134.
He's hoping to set up to complete a 4-1 victory. Karon is first to a finish, though.
100. Karon, you require 128.
Leaves a double 10.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Karon Whitehead.
Just when you ask the questions of Karon Whitehead, he starts to dig deep. Good responses
6th
from
leg.
Karon
It's Karon
Whitehead.
to throw first.
He looked
Game on.
Completely disconnected in those opening couple of legs, as if he almost didn't want to be there. Now he's fighting. This is good to see.
The response of a champion.
100.
Reddy was clinged to the canvas, and it looked like Chris Landman, all he had to do was pull in the final
100.
knockout punch, has come back to the surface, and he has come back swinging.
$100.
Whitehead does have the darts here to take us to a deciding leg, something that didn't look likely when
100.
Landman was challenging record averages and coming to the ball with 3 darts in his hand to win the match.
$85.
Frustration there was Whitehead's work towards this opportunity.
100.
And he knew that he had an opportunity to leave himself on a finish. He couldn't take advantage of it, but look at how he responds. Back into the lipstick. His second max of the match. Leaves himself on double 18 after 12. And when Landman was threatening record averages, this looked an impossibility.
99.
It was improbable.
Conan, you require 36.
For sure. But when there's still a flickering of the flame, there is a hope. And Conan Whitehead has sent us all the way.
I really didn't like what I saw at the start of this game, but I love what I'm seeing. Not even just like it, love what I'm seeing. To break out of that pattern and that negative mindset that he had, to produce the positivity he is doing right now, is absolutely brilliant. Even if he doesn't complete the job,
58.
There is so much credit that Conan Whitehead can do for the turnaround in this performance and the turnaround in just the whole vibe of
60.
this performance.
It's been a drop from them, and of course it has, but it hasn't been a massively residual one. He's still averaging over 101 and a half. Whitehead is up to his levels to around about 91 from a basis which was in and around the mid-70s at a time.
60.
Surprised he persisted with the 20 there. You could see he wasn't happy with the light. Just used quite solid equipment at the back end of his darts, which is always going to promote
140.
deflection, looking at trying to get past that angle of the dart and that angle of entry.
Credit has to go to Chris Landman, who was hit with a left jab and then a right hook, but the counter punch could be the knockout blow. 6 darts on 101 for the match. Trevor 19 with a left double 12.
69.
But he's left himself on 32 to complete the job and to eventually get over the line.
He may have took the long way
100.
home. He'll just be hoping to get there.
32.
Double 16.
Game shot and the
For
match.
victory
Chris
for
Landman.
Chris Landman. He was made to work for it in the end. He raced into a 3-0 lead. He was setting record pace at that particular time. But Conan Whitehead, true to the champion that he is, came charging back into the match and sent us all the way to a last leg decider. Conan's last game of the day, but he's got nobody to throw any flights up to the balcony to. Landman, a 4-3 victor with a ton-plus average, 50% when it came to the doubling. It was a good way to end his day. That is for sure. Well, coming up after the break, Colin Osborne and Dale Pilgrim going toe-to-toe. This is a big game for Mr. P.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the Super Series is underway for 2024. And two of the main protagonists in 2023 and further back than that are on the stage right now. Mr. P, Daryl Pilgrim, who, well, didn't really perform when he got to the finals night of the last Champions Week, but did perform in the build-up to it with that record-breaking average, a 9-dart finish. Colin Osborne, of course, who's had a 9-darter in the previous guise of this tournament and made it to a grand final here last year. Some really good players on the stage in the lineup this week. We've got a few interesting ones to come as well, and a top team in commentary next week. But for today, it's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson at Alexandra Palace. So thank you very much, Murph. Colin Osborne and Daryl Pooh. Although this has kind of become like a little annual tradition, isn't it, Matt? We come and see each other in New Year, we bear our Christmas gifts, and we yabber some darts together.
Christmas gifts? When am I getting that?
We'll talk later.
First leg, it's Colin to
Lost
throw
in the
first.
post, yeah? Lost in the post.
Yeah,
Game
Royal
on.
Mail ain't great at this time of year. Anyway, Osborne with the darts against Daryl Pilgrim. Been a day of trials and tribulations as far as Mr. P is concerned. And if he loses this one, he'll be Mr. Woe.
60.
Full of worry and doubt and anxieties about going through, and possibly where he'll be pitching his tent on Thursday and Friday, respectively.
96.
What's been your overall assessment of Colin Osborne's day today?
Ooh.
60.
I think the fact that's quite a hard answer to question to answer, shall I say, makes it your answer in all sense
46.
in the fact that I can't say it's been good and I can't say it's been bad. He's had opportunities, he's taken some, he hasn't taken some. I think it's been very on par, really, shall we say,
45.
with Colin Osborne. But I think he'll be frustrated because the opportunities have presented themselves here today, and he could have been leaving here with a much bigger points tally than he will ultimately be leaving with.
57. $140.
Osborne really taking the ascendancy in this opening leg. But Pilgrim comes charging back. And a maximum turn there has left himself on 140.
Tiny little step to the right there for Colin, just to try and open up the bed.
100. Daryl, you require 140. 100.
Well, that's one way of hitting a ton. But can Osborne come back with 96 to take the opening leg? This is on the throw. 2 at double 18. Double 9 now.
Game shot
Bound 1-0 Osborne. He just stays off the Daryl Pilgrim counter-attack.
Speaking of Christmas, did you have any Christmas crackers with your dinner this year? Get any new joke material for yourself? That's the sort of standard you normally pitch yourself at, isn't it, Henry?
134.
I bought a book about conga. Unfortunately, I set the bar quite low for myself.
60.
Right on cue.
Christmas Day was kind of a sat in front of TV affair.
60.
Obviously, watched the EastEnders Christmas special, which was incredible, by the way.
This ain't a joke, is it? I thought you was... I was waiting for the punchline here, but then I realised you was actually being serious.
60.
Go on, I'll do one more.
Go on.
What do chickens wear on their feet?
What do chickens wear on their
57.
feet?
What? You actually laughed at that.
That is one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Do apologise.
Shall we move on?
Very swiftly, yes, because Darryl Pilgrim has just set himself up an opportunity here to level up the game. He did set up a finish after 15 darts in the opening leg, so this is more like the Darryl Pilgrim
108.
we are used to seeing here at the Super Series, rather than the Pilgrim that we've seen that's just been tight and tense throughout the day.
$54. Colin, you require 141.
For the break here for 2-0, and considering that Osborne has hit a 9 darter in the live league, we know that this 1-4-1 is a possibility, but not on this occasion. And so Pilgrim comes back. It will probably be to a double 80 because of his love of that part of the board to level up at 1-1. And it is 20 for double 18. He moves out to the northeast and now over to the northwest. But Pilgrim doesn't know best, and Osborne can mop up the pieces again.
Dust has been the story of the day for Darryl Pilgrim. It has been disappointment. And it continues to be disappointing for him. The arms thrown to the side. He'll be more than happy when the players marshal relieves him of his duties and lets him go home today. He'll be racing to the exit door at the end of this.
76.
On the same part of the world of a man who has qualified for Champions Week. I don't expect him to be at Champions Week because I think he gets a tour card, and that's our good friend Cam Crabtree.
Not long to go to Q School.
100.
Really looking forward to seeing the names and the entry list for that event coming out. The entry numbers as well will be a
140.
Interesting one to see.
What do you think the gap is between UK and EU? Do you feel like it's getting smaller?
Not yet. It will do, but not yet.
45.
This is more like it for Mr. P.
140.
He's himself on a finish after 9, threatening the Osborne throw. Now gone out to 11-8 to win this game,
85.
Pilgrim.
Darryl, you require 87.
It was the odds-on favourite before the off. Got 6 from 87. I guess where he's left himself. Double 18, now double 9.
Game shot on a third
12 darter for Darryl Pilgrim to break the throw. We know what he could produce in patches and in spells. Just needs to find a bit more of a consistent basis, but you could just tell, even with that leg there, that there was still a irk inside of him.
100. $21.
Reminder, one last game for you today. Following the culmination of this one, we are going to be watching Robert Thornton in action up against Jerome Karon.
98. $45. $99.
Well, Pilgrim's done well, hasn't he, Matt, to really fight his way back in the match. He was 2-0 down. He was in all sorts of bother. But he has just found a little bit of a spell here, and Osborne's not been able to keep up.
He's never really recovered until now from that opening game where he was missing darts at a double, and that's sort of been the pattern of his day. Probably with the 3 defeats out of the running of winning this group. Mathematically, he still can.
140.
And
Darryl, you require
that'll be enough
104.
encouragement, I'm sure, for him to stay swinging.
$72.
One dart miss for 2-2, but he is going to come back for more because Osborne is way back in this leg. And this has been a considerable drop-off from Osborne. That two have almost passed like boats in a night.
Darryl, you require 32.
He sinks this. You could make an argument that Pilgrim's
Shot on
favour
the
from this
fourth
point
flag,
onwards.
Darryl
Level we are,
Pilgrim.
2-2. His average now moving in excess of 94. Osborne has tilted his way down to 80.
Fifth flag, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $85. $83.
Once you've got the opportunity,
100.
Matt, what's your assessment on tonight's World Championship semi-finals?
I think we're in for a fantastic night of action. 2
84.
amazing stories for 2 completely different reasons. Really looking forward to the action. I think it's been an amazing World Championship. 2 unseeded players, both in the semi-finals.
60.
And we are literally 1 win away from each player from having the World Championship final being Luke Littler versus Scott Williams. If anyone can prove they predicted that before the start of the World
140.
Championship, get in touch and I will personally send you £1.
It would cost more for the packaging delivery, wouldn't it? Although is Rob Cross perhaps
81.
the only player, or one of the very few players, that will be completely unhinged by the atmosphere and the bare pit that he's going to walk into tonight?
Oh, he'll be used to it, that's for sure. But can he produce the performance that would be enough
24.
to topple Luke Littler, which we've seen him here average 113 in a final? That's tonight. And right now, getting to a crucial point of this game.
81.
And a big, big
Darryl, you
last
require
start there from
170.
Colin Osborne. But these are big.
They don't get
Shot on
bigger
the
than the
fifth flag,
fish.
Darryl
And
Pilgrim.
Mr. P has turned his fortunes around. He leads 3-2 with a moment of majestic
Sixth
magic.
flag, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Colin's thinking, as if, why does this keep happening to me?
99.
The second big finish of Darryl Pilgrim today. He's already took out a 164 earlier in the day. So although it hasn't been consistently brilliant, it's been flashes of the very
140.
best.
Has it felt at times a little bit of feast or famine as far as Darryl is concerned?
134.
Did you say feels a bit? Feels a lot like that, really, with Pilgrim. 3 averages in the 80s today.
140.
You'd normally put Pilgrim more towards the 90 mark these days with the consistency and the brilliance that he's shown. He's just took a little bit longer than normal to get into the swing of things here, but we can see now there are plenty of signs that he's getting into the swing of things, and we look forward to seeing him tomorrow. But can he add another big finish to that list? He's got the 164.
140.
He's got the
Darryl,
170.
you require 167.
Can he do the 167 for the match?
You sense he had to, because Osborne has left 81 after 9 against the throw
100.
to send us all
Colin, you
away.
require 81.
This has been a quality response from the Wizard, who has been hit really with punch after
Shot on the
punch.
sixth
But that's an
leg, Colin
11-dart
Osborne.
leg to send us all the way. And as this match comes up to the buoy, we are seeing both brim
Seventh
to the
and final
surface.
leg. It's Colin to
It's
throw
Osborne
first.
with the darts in the
Game
last,
on.
and a big leg for both.
He just got hit with the 170 finish and a hat-trick of 140s, an 11-dart leg from Colin Osborne. I said earlier in the day, one of the things I've been really impressed with Colin Osborne, and moving forward, I think he is probably more resilient than he has ever been as a player before.
100.
Case in point again there for Colin.
And just when Daryl Mayer thought things could be turning for me, he then sees that in the background.
95.
But this is what we expected from this group. We expected tight matches, we expected fine margins, and we expected moments of magic, maybe to turn fortunes one way or another.
100.
But from the stupendous to the tenuous.
95.
From the magnificence to the nerve jangling.
59.
It's advantage Osborne in this last leg. A big leg. One Pilgrim can ill afford to lose. One that
95.
Osborne could do with winning himself if he's to keep pace at the top. He's first to a finish on 120.
$30. Colin, you require 120.
The really deep here as Colin Osborne. He's earned himself the luxury of time. No damage done here. This is purely a
100.
free visit. And he sets it up perfectly. He's got 3 darts in hand to win this match. Pick up his 3rd victory of the day.
56. Colin, you require 20.
And keeps him in pace and in touch with those at the top. Double 10.
Game shot.
For the
and
match, for the
Colin
win,
Osborne.
for Colin Osborne. And Daryl Pilgrim, when he hit the big fish, must have thought that he'd turn the screw to go 3-2 up. Osborne then hit back with an 11-dart leg and then takes out the decider. It's been a day of disappointment for Daryl Pilgrim, but he knows that he'll go again tomorrow. He had an average of 93.06, 3 out of 9 on the finishing. The scoring phase has been good today. At points, it's been the doubles that have let him down. It's Osborne who picks up the match. 4 from 5 on the doubles, the key turning point and the key factor in there. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, our final match of the first day of 2024 here at the MODUS Super Series. It sees the twice world champion in the seniors division, Robert Thornton, in action against the Belgian ADC qualifier, Karon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final match will determine who finishes top of the table. Will it be that man, the debutant here at the Live Lounge, Jeroen Karon, the Belgian darter who has had a very good impact in his first match, his first day, should I say, here at the Super Series. He's currently sitting at the peak of the pile. He's won 3 of his 4 matches and is about to take on Robert Thornton, who has also got that record. Thornton is looking to finish the day at the top of the table, having won his first 3 matches, but his last match was a real heavy defeat against Chris Landman. Went down 4-0 in that one, did the Thorn. Can he end how he started, or will the Belgian enjoy a brilliant bow? Let's find out. Back to Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Well, 2024 in Belgian sports is starting off the way that 2023 finished. There was 2 Belgian world champions in sport. Luca Bressel winning the World Snooker Championship by beating Mark Selby in the final.
First
and of course,
leg,
Andy
it's Robert to
Barton's
throw
lifting the
first.
lakeside
Game
crown.
on.
Thornton, the World Seniors Champion in 2023, looking to make it a hat-trick in 24 after picking up the inaugural title.
121.
Beating Martin Adams and Richie Housen in those respective finals. But it's fair to say that we saw a big dip in his last match in comparison to the numbers that he put in his first 3.
28.
It's quite interesting there as well when we joined back from the
100.
break and Robert Thornton wasn't on the stage. Now, there is the old make them wait strategy, and I wonder if Thornton was just employing that a little bit. Leave them on there by themselves for a little bit, get up there quite
45.
late. Fashionably late, as some may say. So it's a strategy that a lot of the players, or certainly the top players on the Pro Tour, will certainly adopt. They'll get to the board as
64.
late as possible, but then still demand that they get their full quota of time allowance. There is a timeout rule that got brought into play. Didn't really see it enforced too often.
85.
We've seen it at the UK Open a couple of times. Remember Steve Brown a couple of years got timed out. Mensa Suljovic got timed out a few years ago back in the old Bolton Arena.
100.
And Karon Menzies also got timed out down at Minehead when he was on the main stage and stayed in the main stage practice room, didn't go to boards 3 to 8.
139.
No timeout rule
Robert,
here,
you
though,
require
at the
116.
Super Series, but Robert Thornton may have just been close to having that door opened a little bit.
See a lot
60.
when you go to open events where you have players who maybe don't play tournaments all the time. I think they could take a little bit more than perhaps allotted, and they get, well, exterminated from the tournament is the official line.
60. Robert, you require 56.
Dalek-esque. Tots of Thornton for 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the
Tots is
first leg.
found. Thornton
Robert
1 up.
Thornton.
It was an 18 darter, but he won't care nonetheless.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $96.
The good news is that we're back tomorrow from 9:30 to do it all again. Me and Matt will be with you.
140.
Just to give you a bit of a taster for the rest of the week here at the Super Series. Thursday and Friday's Group C will be live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel exclusively. So subscribe for that. And on top of the
99.
live action, we've got plenty of bonus content for you as well. Plenty of videos involving some of our star names that have played at the Live Lounge over the past year or so, including the likes of Luke Littler.
57.
We also have our tailor-made highlights package following every single session here at the Super Series. And plenty of other bonuses there. And we'll be back on Sporty Stuff TV for Group B on the Thursday and Friday nights on 10 p.m. And then Saturday,
57.
split transmission. 7:30 on the YouTube channel, live from 10 on the Sporty Stuff TV.
100.
If you're tuning in around the world, hope you're enjoying the coverage.
And joining the 6 players that you are seeing here in Group A. Group C will be joined by Kevin Garcia, your ADC representative, Steve Brown, the chairman of the ADC, and Ron Muhlenkamp, who will be hoping to get his career back on track in 2024. Group B, David Davies, Paul Hogan,
39.
Glenn Durrant.
Jeroen, you require 128.
6 from here, so doesn't have to attack it if he didn't want to. Oh, this is stupendous. This is double 10. That's a 1-2-8 from Jeroen Karon to level up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Just think the
game on.
Glenn Durrant story didn't nearly happen. Paul Hogan nearly prevented the entire Glenn
55.
Durrant story from happening, missing match darts at Lakeside. Could get some form of revenge. It was arguably the way the tournament opened up that maybe
83.
Paul Hogan, if he'd have beat Durrant, would have gone on to lift the crown.
Where was Matthew Denham? Was he not able to be booked this week?
40.
Seems to be the theme with the Glenn Durrant story. If someone misses opportunities to win the match, he picks the pocket. And we'll save all this for Thursday.
Just so we can square things up. Were you as dominant when you won the Iceland Masters?
$59. $45. $85.
Tell you what, there's some questionable results. You beat Brian Locken 4-2 in the semi, then you beat Bjorn Lehon in the final 5-3.
81.
What was that game like, that 5-3 final? Do you remember?
Don't remember hardly any of it, to be honest.
Well, I can tell you what happened in that game. You won by 5 legs to 3 with an average of 78.92.
25.
I didn't need to hear any more other than I won it. It's the only thing that matters.
But I'll tell you what you did do. You beat a player who we've seen at the MODUS Super Series
33.
in Jan McIntosh in the quarterfinals. Do you have any legs like this in
60.
your run to the Iceland Masters?
Oh, loads, yeah. Absolutely. Just happens sometimes. You just completely start missing the treble, and it becomes infectious onto your opponent as well, because
60.
you're trying to take advantage of the situation, especially for Karon here. He'll be looking at Thornton thinking he's not going to keep missing. I've got to jump in before he hits that punishment shot.
78.
But that's left him on a 3-dart combination. A 140 here could really rectify the situation. And it's on.
140. Robert, you require 99.
But this would be so typical of Robert Thornton. Double 16 and a leg that's been awash with mediocrity.
32.
Was nearly finished off with a effective ton out.
No score.
Fine effort there. The first 2 darts on the wire built up a bit of a boundary. He couldn't get past it. But this is surprising for me that we are seeing Robert Thornton now throw in a double 16 to try and win the leg.
No score. Jeroen, you require
And Jeroen Karon is
32.
going to come back for a 9th visit at the board to break.
Game shot on the third leg.
The
Jeroen
reason I said it was
Karon.
disappointing, should I say? The reason I said it was surprising is Robert Thornton wanted 99.
Fourth leg,
He hit the
it's
treble
Jeroen to
19,
throw
left him
first.
42.
Game on.
I was expecting to see 2 and tops. Tops has been Robert Thornton's double of choice for all 56 years that he has walked on this planet. For some reason, in that situation, he moved away from tops and opted for the double 16. Is that a sign that he doesn't feel that he can reach up to the top of the board at the moment? I picked up on something earlier on when he stood up so tall, when the chin lifted so high, when he really tried to grow in stature at a dart at tops on the back of the 160.
140.
Since then, we've seen him flexing and rotating the wrist. Is it all starting to break down a bit for Robert Thornton? Is he really starting to unravel and struggle before our eyes?
85.
But if that is the case, the one saving grace is he did most of the damage at the beginning of the day.
I think the second saving grace would have to come down to the fact that this is a group where
91.
no one's running away with it, and they're all going to keep beating each other.
Wow, Jerome has got all the time he wants on this 130. And what a day he's having, by the way. He would have walked in today dreaming of the scenario that he's in. He's been a couple of legs of beating the great Robert Thornton. And not just beating him, but dismantling him as well.
90.
Having already amassed victories against the Series 1 champion Karon Whitehead. Darryl Pilgrim, pound for pound,
93.
one of the best players in 2023. And Colin Osborne, a former PDC televised major finalist. He's picking off scalp after scalp like it's a Head and Shoulders
advert. On the fourth leg, Karon.
3-1 Karon. He carries on. And he's a leg away from victory.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And Thornton is left desolate.
44.
Left in the lurch.
$57. 97.
Just felt like a game at the end of the day where the sting's just kind of been taken out of things.
$140. 95.
Very frustrated customer right now, Robert Thornton. It's often like a battle with himself, but
57.
I think on this occasion he'll be wondering what's gone wrong, because it all started so well for him today. A 96.85 average in victory over Colin Osborne, where he had to dig deep at times, but every single game it's got worse. From a 96 to an 87 to an 85 to a 74.
100.
I can tell you, as things stand, it's less than 74 in this one.
Karon then
140.
could potentially be 3 darts away from the match.
147.
147 potentially away from the match. Well, Belgium does have the world snooker champion. But Thornton is just giving himself a route back into the match
57.
if he can find this 65.
Robert, you require 65.
Tops, 2 in hand. That was wild.
55.
As was that. And that could be that for Robert Thornton. Jerome Karon, who has had the dream debut, is now 90 points away from beating the great Robert Thornton. He's going to have a dart at double 5.
No score.
Oh, no.
Robert, you require 10.
I can't believe that. He's miscounted. I don't know what's happened there. But whatever's happened, Thornton mops up the double 2. And is that a miscalculation that could prove costly for Robert Thornton?
Sixth leg. It's
Well,
your
well,
to throw
well.
first.
The drama continues.
Game on.
Well, Robert Thornton will see that as an opportunity. He'll see it as weakness. He'll see it as a mistake.
40. 55.
Answers on the postcard with that one?
He might have just forgot
74.
about the first start. When he got the treble, he might have just been thinking his head treble 20, double 15. Forgot that he's already put 20 points on the board. It's just one of those things.
Your last score was 74.
Just recalibration of the computer system here at the Super Series. We'll get this sorted in just a second. But just a reminder that we're going to be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV for the combination of Group A. As we just readjust the scoring system here at the live lounge. So, 6 starts each in the leg. Karon 387, Thornton 347. The Belgian leading by 3 legs to 2.
57.
Now, little distractions and things that happen in games tend to benefit the guy with experience. Don't need to tell you that that's Robert Thornton.
180.
Needed that. Because Thornton's just begun to awoken.
171.
The beast has been unleashed.
150.
And from absolutely nowhere, Thornton is on the cusp of a 13-dart breaker throw. Unless Karon could take out the 150 for the match.
90.
Well, Robert Thornton was averaging in the 60s for the majority of this game. All of a sudden, could be going into a last leg shootout where he's going to have the advantage of the throw.
7th and final leg. It's Robert to throw first.
Going for the wrong target.
Game
the
on.
Beginning of the downfall here for Karon.
It's always a turning point
60.
of the Super Series. So we end the day in the same vein that we started it, in a last leg decider. It's been a day of tense tungsten tussles.
83.
And a group which looks like we got no better idea now than we did at the start of the day as to who's going to win it.
The one thing we do know
40.
is that the bookie's favourite to win this group, Pilgrim, won't be the favourite come tomorrow, winning just one of his 5 fixtures.
85. 81.
Advantage Thornton after 9 darts in this last leg. And he is motoring away with that advantage.
140.
He looked dead and buried at 3-1. Karon should have had a dart, a double 5 to have won the match. He miscounted, burst the score. Thornton came charging back, and he's been in charge ever since.
Robert, you require 133.
For the match and for an incredible turnaround. B for 4 wins from 5 to kickstart the day. It mean that he'd be the man to beat at the top of the table going into tomorrow's affairs.
55.
He's going to come back for 78. For the comeback win. Jerome is going to have to just decompartmentalise on this. It's been a good day altogether.
78.
But Tuesday has
Game
been
shot,
Thornton's
and the match,
day at the
Robert
Super
Thornton.
Series. He wins 4 from 5. He is the best man on the first day of 2024. The Fawn will be the pace setter going into tomorrow's affairs in the final day of a congealed Group A. As for the Belgian, Karon, well, what a debut day he has had. He has picked up some considerable scouts. The likes of the former champion, Karon Whitehead, the likes of Colin Osborne, a former grand finalist in this competition. Daryl Pilgrim, who had the biggest average on the stage at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But it is Thornton who succumbs in the last game of the day. It wasn't a classic, but Thornton dug in, ground the victory out, and it is he who is going to be top of the pile going into day 2 of Group A. And the Fawn, who is looking to make it through to a record 10th final here at the Super Series, is in very good stead to do it by the most direct of passages through Group A. He gets a better Karon in our last game of the session by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, indeed, he does, Robert Thornton, having a good end to the day. Had a very good start to the day as well. Matthew Eggers been in comms along with Henry Deacon today, and we can look at the results from today. A lot of players holding throw.
I'm not surprised. When you get quality, when you get experience, that's what I expect to see. I expect to see most players winning with that advantage of throw. And I think there's been so many stories and little mini battles going on. I don't think anyone's really looked comfortable up here today. And I said at the very start of the day, we're going to get to see who sort of used this time well. We've got to remember, most of the players that come here to the Super Series are not full-time professional dart players anymore. A lot of them have other jobs. So when you get to the holiday season, opportunity to see the family, have a bit of time away, a bit of time off, and that might also include not practicing as much. And I think we might have just seen a few signs of that today. I think tomorrow we're going to see that really tighten up, and we're going to see the stories come to a conclusion tomorrow with some real good battles expected.
Yeah, well, that's probably a good place to pick up on Karon, who, of course, was an ADC qualifier for this tournament. We've never seen him before. Look, he did lose that last match, but he's shown some fabulous stuff today, hasn't he?
Do you know what? On the backside of a day like today, when we've seen everything happen and we know the story that has been unfolded, maybe we should have foreseen this coming, because when we take a look at that Christmas period, for Jerome, this is the biggest stage he's played on. This is his biggest opportunity. Over Christmas, over that time, if he's had time off, he would probably been preparing for this more than the other players. Because for the other players, this is a continuation. They're coming here again. They come here regularly. It's just part and parcel of their makeup now. For him, this is a big opportunity and his chance. So he's probably been actually, in preparation side, been harder working than the rest of the field coming here for this opportunity.
Yeah, good point. We'll take a look at the table. Remember, this is a 2-day group this week, Group A. So being top of it at this point, probably more important than usual.
I think Robert Thornton will be extremely happy to be top. He got his wins on the board nice and early. He really did seem to be breaking down as the day went on. At one point in that game, well, I say one point, for the majority of that game, he was running in a 60 average. And his average has been dropping game by game. He's been on a bit of a slide. So for him to have the points on the board, brilliant going into tomorrow. He can get some rest. He knows what he needs to do tomorrow now. And ideally, for Robert Thornton, this is the week.
Yeah, 3 players behind him, as you saw there, on 6, but maybe more significant, the 2 at the bottom. Karon Whitehead, former champion, not just champion of a week, but overall champion of a series here. And Daryl Pilgrim, arguably the best performer we've ever had here. Maybe a little 16-year-old might have something to say about that, but he's produced the best performance we've ever had here, also only on 2 points.
I was asked a question, actually, at the back end of 2023. He said, with Luke Littler moving on, who now becomes the face of the Super Series? I think Daryl Pilgrim was my answer. Mason was asked the same question. He said Daryl Pilgrim. Everyone thinks Daryl Pilgrim was going to be the man for the Super Series. That's if he doesn't get a tour card, which I think a lot of people expect him to do that as well. Didn't produce it today, but it's one day. This is a week-long tournament. He can't lose it today. He can't win it today. Whatever he does today isn't going to affect Saturday, and that will be his ultimate goal. He's got another group. It's just going to be, which group is that going to be, is the question.
Yeah, so you think it is Thursday or Friday now for Whitehead and Pilgrim, and the other 4 fight it out to get through to finals night tomorrow?
Absolutely. If this was a normal Group A where we got that extra day, I think he could have turned it around and got himself back into it. But Robert Thornton's already on 8 points at the top of the table. The likelihood is he's going to pick up a couple of wins tomorrow from his 5 fixtures, and then that mathematically will rule them out.
Well, we will find out. Thank you, Matthew. We'll see you again tomorrow. We hope to see you again as well here at the MODUS Super Series. A fantastic start to the new year, but it's Robert Thornton sitting pretty at the top of the table, and we will, of course, tomorrow be chatting a little bit more about what's been happening elsewhere. Luke Littler and Scott Williams both performed well on this very stage. We wish our very best to them in the semi-finals of the World Championship tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.